needs to really re-examine it, because more often you will find that somebody is sent for mental assessment after he has committed a crime. Then you are now sending this person for mental assessment. Why can't we preempt that by having annual or even biannual mental assessments on everybody carrying any firearm, whether you are civilian or even soldiers who are carrying firearms? Because firearm in anybody holding it, you are human, and you are capable of having maybe even through drinking. We've seen cases where people have taken alcohol and decided to square it out because he is armed. So I think it is something that the committee should examine widely and see how best that can be done as they make the amendment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the last one, member for Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to give my contribution on the second petition, especially when it comes to issuance of firearm license. There is a proposal that there is a psychiatric review. I think this is a matter that is already in practice. The petitioner is looking just for its anchorage in law. But I would propose that we not only look at psychiatric review, but it would be important that we also include the review of a clinical psychologist, because the accusations here would be on a matter that is of felony, and this is a very, very serious offense. And we also need to define in law what constitutes self-defense, because the way you have already indicated, there is a sense of power that these licensed firearm holders normally have, and there is normally a tendency to misbehave with a firearm. So it is important that this matter is considered in this House and at the committee level, and a report is given even for debate where they need to defend the lives of others. So this is a very good
and take a seat. The member making his way, why don't you just sit? Yes. Honour members, I indicated that I was going to make this, deliver this message from the President. I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President conveying his nomination of Dr. Jamlek Muturi John, PhD, and Mr. Tom Alfred Otieno Oyucho for appointment as a chairperson and a member of the Teacher Service Commission, respectively. His Excellency the President, having exercised his powers under Article 250, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution, as read together with Section 8, Subsection 7 of the Teacher Service Commission Act Number 20 of 2012, is now seeking the approval of the National Assembly on the appointment of the two persons as chairperson and member, respectively, of the Teacher Service Commission. Honourable members, Standing Order 45 requires that upon receipt of notice of nomination for appointment of a person to such office, the nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee of the House for consideration. Further, Section 8, Subsection 8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act Number 20 of 2012 requires the National Assembly to either approve or reject the nominees to the positions within 21 days of its sittings. In this regard, honourable members, pursuant to the provisions of the same law and paragraph 3 of the Standing Order number 42 relating to messages from the President, I hereby refer the message together with the curriculum vitae of the two nominees to the Departmental Committee on Education and Research for the committee to undertake the necessary approval hearings. The committee should notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and upon conclusion of the hearings, table their report in the House in good time to enable the House to consider the matter within the stipulated timelines. I thank you, members. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority? Nothing. Chairperson, Committee on Regional Integration. The Honorable Ali Wario.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, March 30, 2021. Reports of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the East African Legislative Assemblies. Reports. 1. The Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the oversight activities on the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in the East African region. 2. The Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the oversight activity on the performance of tourism sector in the region, 9th to 12th September 2019. 3rd, the Committee on Accounts on its oversight activity on the Lake Victoria Basin Commission to assess the status of implementation of the Assembly's recommendation on the EASC audited accounts. 4th, the Committee on General Purpose on the oversight activity to assess the level of preparedness of the partner states in the management of Ebola and dengue fever epidemics. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Committee on General Purpose on the petition from the East African Civil Society Organization Forum, ESCOF, on the matters of crucial importance to the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, March 30, 2021, afternoon sitting. Report of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation on its consideration of a petition regarding removal from office of Ms. Tabitha Muthemi as a member of the Media Council of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28.4, this House resolves to further alter its calendar, regular sessions for the 5th session, 2021, as adopted on Wednesday, February the 10th, 2021, and amended on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, so as to A, suspend its sitting of Tuesday evening, March 30th, 2021. B, suspend all its ordinary sittings from Thursday, 1st of April, 2021 to Thursday, 29th of April, 2021. And C, resume its regular sittings on Tuesday, the 4th of May, 2021 at 2:30 p.m. to continue with the first part of the session. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a notice.
Next, the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. Honourable members, I do appreciate that those of you who are historians will recall a famous statement by the late Professor Ali Mazrui when he stated that as independence approached, the term East Africa shrank in meaning. It looks to me that as the year 2022 approaches, the quorum in the House is diminishing in meaning. So why don't you just, because this is just notice. Yes. Why don't you'll have an opportunity to say whatever it is you want to say. So there's no point to start shouting and doing it. I mean, it's the decorum. The Honorable Christopher Umlele.
I thought you had given me some time to move to give notice.
Honorable Kisang.
Yes.
You haven't finished.
No, you have not even started.
Oh, okay, proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication Innovation in its report on the consideration of a petition regarding removal from office of Ms. Tabitha Muthemi as a member of the Media Council of Kenya, laid on the table of the House today, March 30th in the afternoon, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 14.3 of the Media Council Act 2013, this House recommends the removal of Ms. Tabitha Muthemi as a member of the Media Council of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, I'm informed that the Honorable Mlele is not in the House, so we skip his notice. Move to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First segment on questions. First question by the Honorable John Bundy, leader of the Minority Party.
First question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask question number 141 of 2021 on the order paper, and this is pursuant to Standing Order number 42A5. And Mr. Speaker, this question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that a number of contractors awarded various contracts across the country to improve roads to bitumen standards have stopped works due to non-payment, and in particular, the contractor who was awarded the Mbita Sindo Magunga Golomok Road in Homa Bay County, where the construction has stalled due to failure by the ministry to make full advance payments for mobilization? And number 2, what measures is the ministry undertaking to ensure that construction of the Mbita Sindo Magunga Golomok Road is carried out expeditiously and completed within the stipulated period captured by the contract? And 3, what immediate intervention measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that the said road, which is currently in a deplorable state, is restored to motorable status? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Njoro, Honorable Charity Chepkwony. Member for Njoro. Member for Njoro, the Honorable Chepkwony, Charity Kadhambi. Next question by the member for Kinango, the Honorable Tayari Benjamin. Remember, when you have questions, you press your intervention button. Maybe you can use the dispatch box. Then you are in some place that. Now just come in front. You know, as an elected leader, don't fear people seeing you in full.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 095 of 2021 directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progress report on the efforts made to compensate the resident fishermen who were affected and displaced by the construction of the Dongokundu bypass in Kinango constituency and who are categorized as persons affected by project? 2. When will the ministry pay the said persons their compensation and also factor in the inflationary charges from the time they were displaced to date? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replying to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 104 of 2021 in the order paper. And the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the policy guidelines and the criteria used during identification of areas to be connected with electricity in the country? Number 2, could the CS provide a list of areas connected with electricity since 2017 to date in Mwingi Central constituency, indicating the identity of the contracted farms, the contract sum, the dates of commencement and completion, number of transformers installed, and those which became 40 thereafter? Number 2, could the CS give an indication when the areas not connected to electricity so far in Mwingi Central constituency will be connected, and when the 40 transformers will be replaced? Number 5, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that all areas in Mwingi Central constituency are connected with electricity through the national grid? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Except that the member for Mwingi Central, what you have read as number 5 is again number 4, and what you read as number 3 at number 2 is again number 3. But that will be, if you check in the answer, that's what you have captured, because I was listening to you. But no problem. The question will be replied before the Committee on Energy. Okay, the next by the member for North Imenti, Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask question number 110 of 2021 to the Minister, Cabinet Secretary for Wildlife and Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the first question is, what is the status of compensation of Ms. Sacinta Kairudi Kibiti of ID number 2536601, whose spouse, the late Abel Kibiti of ID 7769644 of Post Office Box 1687 60200 Meru, was killed by an elephant in Meitei location of Bori Sub-County on the 5th of May 2016. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, when will the claims of all other persons affected by human-wildlife conflicts in North Imenti constituency and who lodged their claims for compensation from 2013 to date be compensated? Mr. Speaker, the third one is, what steps has the ministry taken to deter wildlife from invading and straying into farms and houses of residents living close to parks, reserves, and conservancies, causing death and destructions in North Imenti constituency? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question is by the member for Lamu, who has requested for deferment of the question. The request is accident 2, question deferred. Next by the member for Nakuru Town East, Honorable Gekaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 115 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Culture and Arts. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide names of football teams under the Kenya Premier League that are sponsored by the betting and lottery companies in the country and the amounts of sponsorship in respect of each team or club? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further confirm whether there are any club officials, players and betting companies who have been accused of engaging in match fixing under the Kenya Premier League? And 3, what action has the ministry taken on all those involved in match fixing in the country, including carrying out investigation on match fixing and ensure that those engaging in such vices are punished? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism. Next question by the member for Mwingi North, the Honorable Paul Zengu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised to make intention to withdraw that question because I have really realized, Mr. Speaker, that the content that I intended to communicate has been changed and interfered with, and I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, whether actually the table office must always change what has been proposed by the honorable members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, what are you saying? You're saying the question as framed is not what you intend to ask.
Exactly. The content is very different, Mr. Speaker.
Maybe, but then you should sit with them when they are drafting so that you see whether they...
Mr. Speaker, yes, it's true, but I just came from up country just to realize that whatever is in the order paper is not what I had proposed. Thank you.
So then the question is taken out of the order paper, yes, to allow you to go and reframe it.
Yes,
as
yes,
you
Mr.
desire.
Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Next, the member for Sirisia, the Honorable Major Waluke, who has requested that the question be asked on his behalf by the Honorable Dr. Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I ask question number 119/2021 on behalf of the member for Sirisia, the Honorable Major Retired John Waluke, to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. 1, what plans has the ministry put in place to address the high cost of power and also the occasional power outages that have characterized the energy subsector in the country, reportedly forcing some of the large manufacturers who account for approximately 54.8% of the Kenya Power and Lighting Company sales revenue to relocate to neighboring countries? 2, what steps has the ministry taken to address the national grid defects arising from climate change and other adverse environmental occurrences in the country? 3, what impact has climate change and other adverse environmental occurrences had on the national power supply and revenue collection, considering that companies seeking to decentralize access to energy have been advised to invest in their own power generations? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Energy. Next question by the member for Changamwe, Honorable Mwinyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 121 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the number of national identity cards issued in each constituency in the last 5 years, indicating the number of applications received and those rejected? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary further provide information on the number of national identity cards that have been collected against those that are uncollected, and what measures has been put in place to ensure all processed national identity cards are collected? Number 3, what are the standard timelines for processing a single national identity card once an application is made, and what are the causes of delays in processing of the same? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Rulambi, the Honorable Bishop Titus Hamala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 125 of 2021. What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that power transformers requested in 2019 for the following areas: Sendo, Emabanga, Emuraka, Eshtoto, Ematetie, Dianungu, Shivakala, Musasala, Mshikoni areas in Lurambi constituency are delivered and installed, and by when? Roman 2, what plan is the ministry taking to ensure that power transformers installed in 2018 in the following areas: Machina, Echiviywa, Eshimichini, Ebusanganga, Inzakula areas in Lurambi constituency are put into use, considering that they are not utilized? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Energy. The next question by the member for Baringo Central, the Honorable Joshua Kandie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 127 of 2021, and this goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Fiscal Planning. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary consider establishing a lands registry in Baringo County so as to effectively serve the high number of people without title deeds, particularly in Tenges Ward, Emom location, and El Patay areas? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary also urgently post a registrar and other lands personnel in Baringo Central constituency and ensure that the residents without title deeds within Tenges Ward, Emom location, and El Patay areas receive them expeditiously upon application? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Committee on Lands. Next by the nominated member, Gideon Keter. Honorable Gideon Keter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 130 of 2021 to ask the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, that could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the media sector in the country is operating casino disguised as an advertisement while practicing gambling throughout their broadcast programming? Could the Cabinet Secretary further explain the effect the gambling in the media sector on the citizen, and in particular the youth and the learners in colleges and universities, and what measures the ministry put in place to ensure regulations on the broadcasting of gambling materials by the media? Thank you.
Will be replied to before the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. Next question by the member for Uriri, the Honorable Mark Nyamita. The Honorable Mark Nyamita. Member for, can you give him?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 138 of 2021, and the question is directed to the Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, the question is, when will the Teacher Service Commission process and pay gratuity claim and benefits lodged by the beneficiaries of the late Mrs. Jane Namuyemba Wawire, TSC number 197147, who passed on the 14th of November, the year 2015? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is a reply to be made by the Teacher Service Commission. Next question by the member for Tharaka, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask question number 139 of 2021. And my question is to the Cabinet Secretary for Land and Physical Planning. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances that led to the stalling of land adjudication process in Turema and Karocho locations in the Turema Division and also in Gekingo Viite and Torone locations in Mukovima division of Tharaka constituency? Number 2, what steps is the ministry taking to revive the land adjudication process in the said areas which are stalled for over 5 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Next question by the member for Meru County, the Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question number 140 of 2021 in the order paper goes directly to the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife. 1, what steps is the ministry taking to resolve human-wildlife conflicts in Meru County, especially conflicts caused by elephants that have destroyed crops, property, and endangered the lives of the residents, and in particular, the recent incident in Choroiboro village, Ruirero Arawand, Bore sub-county, where even a child was trampled by an elephant. Number 2, when will the ministry pay compensation to the families of the victims of human-wildlife conflicts in Meru County? Number 3, could the ministry provide a list of number of residents of Meru County who have been compensated so far, and how long will it take to compensate the remaining victims? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be replied to before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question by the member for Tinderet, Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 142 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Honorable Speaker, my question is, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the action the ministry is taking to ensure the workers of Chemelil and Moroni sugar companies are paid their salaries and other dues which have not been paid since 2018 to date? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of operations of the said 2 factories with regard to operational conditions and financial status in terms of loans, money owed to farmers, and financial flows? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain measures the ministry is undertaking to ensure that the said factories are rehabilitated and made to operate optimally, considering that over 1 million farmers and other persons depend on them directly or indirectly? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question to be replied to before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Next question by the member for Kilome, the Honorable Thandius Nzambia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 143, 2021. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the actions the ministry is taking to revive the Sultan Hamud, Q, and Uru railway stations along the Mombasa Road, MGR, and SGR route to enhance transport and improve economy and the ways of doing business in Kilome constituency? Romani 2, what measures is the ministry putting in place to restore the 3 railway stations, considering the rise in transport services demand within the constituency attributable to recent developments, including the upcoming of Konza Techno City? What plans does the ministry have to provide express passenger train stopovers services at Sultan Hamud, Q, and the Uru stations in the Kilome constituency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. For the second time, question number 084, member for Njoro. For the second time, member for Njoro. But you are moving from one mic to the other.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance to ask question number 084, 2021. And my question, Mr. Speaker, sir, is directed to the CS, the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Number 1, Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the workers of Economic Housing Group Limited, based in Naivasha, have not been paid their terminal dues and benefits, and as directed by the Employment and Labor Relations Court in Nakuru, by the ruling number 28 of 2017, dated 8th November 2017? Roman 2, what measures has the ministry taken to resolve the complaints by the former workers and ensure that they receive their terminal dues and the benefit from their former employer, Economic Housing Group Limited? And number Roman 3, could the Cabinet Secretary ensure that the former workers of the group are paid their terminal dues and benefit owed by them as contained in their petition, which was granted by the Employment and Labor Relations Court 6th July 2017? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that chance.
For the benefit of both yourself and other members, when your question is read for a second time, you begin by, first of all, apologizing to the House for coming late. That is the normal way it happens all over the world. But the question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next segment is on statements. The member for Dadaab, Honorable Dr. Duale Dahir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I request for a statement on imminent closure of refugee camps in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, subsection 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the imminent closure of refugee camps in Kenya, and in particular, the Dadaab refugee camp. Honorable Speaker, the alleged issuance of a 14-day ultimatum to formulate a plan on the closure of the Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps by the government is against the 1951 Refugee Convention and 1967 protocols in regard to legal refugee protection. The Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps in northern Kenya host more than 410,000 people. Honorable Speaker, it's notable that Kenya has earned a lot of respect internationally for its hosting and continued reception of refugees. The fast-tracking of closure of refugee camps is in a disorderly manner without following international acceptable protocols in itself is retrogressive, particularly during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. Roman 1, what measures is the government undertaking to resolve double registration in refugee camps, considering that closure of the Dadaab refugee camp cannot be achieved until this matter is dealt with? Roman 2, could the government consider giving citizenship to persons and children who were born as a result of intermarriages between Kenyan citizens and refugees as provided for in the Constitution of Kenya? Roman 3, what measures is the government undertaking to ensure that the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework and the Global Compact Agreement signed by the government is adhered and followed to the letter, considering that closure of the refugee camps may be against the commitment under the CRRF agreement and the international obligation, as Kenya is a member state of the international community? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Chair, Administration and National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the honorable member from Dadaab. The statement will be responded to maybe after we come back to the House, which I don't know the date, but we'll use this time to work with the Interior so that we can respond to the member. But we'll respond after we come back to the House.
Very well. Yeah? No, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. But it can be...
Within 2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks?
Yes.
Very well.
Thank you.
Don't you? She has said 2 weeks. The next request by the member for South Imenti, Honorable Kaduri Murungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of the Standing Order 44.2c, I seek to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing regarding facilitation of university and college students during partial cessation of movement and increased fare by public transport subsector. Honorable Speaker, on the 26th March 2021, the President announced partial lockdown, cessation, and instituted new curfew measures to start from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. in 5 counties, namely Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Machakos, and Kajiado counties, as the country is experiencing a third wave of the deadly virus. The President also ordered an immediate suspension of all face-to-face teaching, which includes colleges and universities, with the exception of students currently taking exams. Honorable Speaker, the lockdown took effect almost immediately, making people rush to meet the deadline set. For instance, all colleges and universities were directed to close down indefinitely, and traveling times for those within or without the 5 counties under lockdown was extended to 8 p.m. on a Sunday. Due to travel rush to be the deadlines, matatu operators have hiked fares up to 500%, and this has occasioned many students to get stranded in their respective campuses and others in towns, since they have been ordered to move out of the campuses with immediate effect. Honorable Speaker, it is on this account that I seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the following. Number 1, could the government consider giving university and college students more time to organize their travel and by extension, give them career passage to their home counties? Number 2, could the ministry intervene and direct the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, to act with speed and lay non-log matatu circles who are hiking fares across the country and consider suspending their operating licenses to stem the virus? This statement is done by Kaduri Murunge, a member for South Imenti. Mr. Speaker, as you mark this statement to the responsible committee, I kindly seek your indulgence that, Mr. Speaker, since these students are already suffering and are out there in the streets, others in the villages where the universities are threatened, how fast, Mr. Speaker, this committee, the chair of the committee, can be able to really intervene so that we save the poor students who are aimlessly roaming in the universities, especially out of the campuses, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I did this statement, from Kisumu to Nairobi, these students were charged less than 4,500 shillings. And, Mr. Speaker, many members in this House can attest to me and can concur with me that maybe they're in contact with their students and they are really suffering. Actually, students are literally requesting for fares from us. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are humbly remunerated, so we cannot afford to pay fares for every student in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, as you mark this statement, kindly let the chair also save the students by giving this statement 24 hours attention, so that, Mr. Speaker, these students can really be rescued. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Even in ordinary circumstances, we don't sit on Wednesdays, so I don't know. Even if he was to do it in 24 hours, then he would have to come and read it to himself. The chair of the committee is here, the Honorable Kosing. How soon do you think you can issue the statement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for that very fundamental question. Honorable Speaker, realistically, I can bring the statement in a week without anticipating what happens. But, Honorable Speaker, the message will be in the ministry within the next, I would say, 2 hours or 3 hours. The message will be in the ministry. And I'm very certain action is going to be taken from that 2 hours or so, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
You hear the message will be with the ministry in the next 2 hours. Yes, proactive chair. The next request is by the member for Nyatike, the Honorable Tom Odege.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to request for a statement on border conflicts in Otati and Thimlich areas of Nyatike constituency. Honorable Speaker, you will protect me because the minority leader is having interest in this, and I'm seeing him carrying his hand. Please allow me to finish.
Let him read his request. Then.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I seek to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding border conflicts in Otati area along Migori County and Homa Bay County, along the borders of Nyatike and Uriri constituencies within Migori County. Honorable Speaker, there have been persistent fights and conflicts between the residents living in Otati area and along the borders of Migori and Homa Bay counties. The latest conflicts was on Friday, 8th January 2021, and tension has continued to date, which has greatly affected the market days in Otati area and has led to loss of livelihoods. Further, there have been conflicts in the recent past around the border of Uriri and Nyatike constituencies at Thimlich area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. What are the causes of increased inter-county border conflicts in Otati area along Migori and Homa Bay counties? What measures has the ministry undertaken to demarcate the Migori County boundaries at Otati sub-location? Could the ministry consider having a police post at Thimlich area? And what plans the ministry has put in place for long-term and sustainable peace in this area? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to clarify one thing. Honorable Mbadi is a beneficiary of Nyatike land, and that's why he's very serious. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. He's a land grabber.
Now, honor members, the member for Nyatike appears to have aroused quite some issue. The Honorable John Bandy has already placed an intervention. Let me hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to say that issues, boundaries, are very emotive. These are very emotive issues that should be treated with a lot of care and soberness, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the MP for Nyatike, first, I am sure you didn't hear, but he claimed as he was finishing the request for his statement that I'm a beneficiary of the land of Nyatike people. Mr. Speaker, first I want to say categorically that there is no conflict around Otati area. Mr. Speaker, the MP for Nyatike comes from about 20 kilometers, 25 away from Otati. My home is 3 kilometers to Otati. So he cannot claim that he knows what is happening at Otati more than I do. There is no conflict. The people of Karungu and Gwasi, Mr. Speaker, the people of Gwasi who resides in Homa Bay and the people of Otati, Karungu who resides in Nyatike, have lived harmoniously over the years, Mr. Speaker. We intermarry, we do all our things together. Otati is where there is cattle market, and that cattle market is right inside my constituency, and nobody can take it away. That land belongs to Gwasi, and there is nothing even to investigate. The committee has enough work to do, not to go and look at issues of ego, Mr. Speaker. We have been in this Bunge parliament with the former MP, Eddie Kanyanga. We never had any problem. But you know the current MP, the mother that comes from my constituency, and he doesn't respect my constituency, Mr. Speaker. And he's Okewa. His mother comes from our place, Mr. Speaker. Now I realize that your relatives should not ever lead in the neighboring constituency because there is no respect, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing to investigate about this matter. I want to urge the committee to disregard this request. There is no dispute between Nyatika people and Soba people. We have lived harmoniously. That is why even his mother was married in that Nyatika, Mr. Speaker, because we are friends. So now he's claiming that now that there is a problem between Soba people and Karungu people. What problem do we have? That is where I buy even chicken to eat. That's where I buy mboga to eat. That's where I buy everything. In fact, that is the closest market from my home. Then he comes several kilometers away to come and cause disharmony between two groups of people who have been living without any problem. Mr. Speaker, if he's looking for votes, he should not use Otati to look for votes, Mr. Speaker. He has been my friend, but now he is stepping on live wire. He is completely stepping on live wire, Mr. Speaker. That is something that I cannot accept. You cannot even take an inch, not an inch from Suba. It will not work, Mr. Speaker. You should know that, Mr. Speaker.
Now this one now, the other one, is the other one also live? Let me another live wire. Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to contradict my party chairman and my leader. But Mr. Speaker, one thing I agree with the party chair is that in his constituency, at his home, I've visited many times to pay homage, Mr. Speaker. The shopping center where he buys things from, because there are no shopping center in his place, is in Nyatika, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Is it Nyatika, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, many times, Mr. Speaker, many times I have visited him, Mr. Speaker. I have waited for lunch. I have waited for lunch, Mr. Speaker, for 4 hours. When I asked him the question, he told me, the food is coming from Karungu, just wait. It is still on a bicycle, it is arriving. Mr. Speaker, there are no shopping centers there. Mr. Speaker, this issue the MP for Nyatika has raised, Mr. Speaker, is very important. And with due respect, it's a matter that the committee must look into, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are people in Otati where he's talking about who are being served in Nyatika constituency, Mr. Speaker, by getting bursary. Mr. Speaker, the MP is giving them bursary there. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that. He has shared with me. Mr. Speaker, my party chairman is becoming the famous Jackson Angaine. He is trying to push the boundary every day inside. I have with Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that the committee must look into. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Migori County, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Migori County, Mr. Speaker, our land has been grabbed by Homa Bay County, Mr. Speaker, and we want none other than GSU to be deployed there, Mr. Speaker, to help us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Migori County. Now it looks like...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
the more we hear those voices, the more I'm getting convinced that there is need for the committee to bring a response.
Thank you,
let's hear
Mr.
from
Speaker.
the member for Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And sir, I plead in advance that you'll protect me from my chairman here, because the way he's looking at me is suspicious and dangerous. I just wanted to support my MP there. This is the man who takes care of the constituency where my forefathers are buried. And why I think there is a need to investigate this boundary and to make record straight, I am the county MP of Migori County. And I have received delegations from Otati coming even to my home to look for help. So if the MP of Suba is alleging that Otati is in his constituency, then he needs to explain further to this House why he's not taking care of his people. And I know that Otati is in Karungu, which is part of Nyatike, and these disputes which about the Soko, it is actually the big area we are talking about is in Migori County, and Market is part of Migori County. And I think, Mr. Speaker, what the MP has raised here is valid, and we need that committee to do proper investigation so that we can settle this matter once and for all. Because we cannot spend Migori resources on the people of Otati, and yet they claim to be from Soba. I think that is not right. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I want my chairman here to understand that the fact that they have been pushing into our land does not mean that it really belongs to them. So, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Suba North. This is another live wire, is it?
Mr. Speaker, I will not be a live wire today.
It is hot.
Or I'm going to be a live wire on another level. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking conscious of the fact that the member who has raised this issue is our in-law, who was married in my village in Kolo, Kanyala, in Rusinga Island. Yes, Mr. Speaker. And also very conscious that Honorable John Mbadi is the chairman of our party, and also a Suba like myself. And having said so, Mr. Speaker, you can hear voices coming from Migori. That one we will not talk about. We will just tell you we are Subas. If you want to know whether they are Luos or not, go and read your history. That's not for me to say. All I can tell you is I am Suba. My father is Suba, my mother is Luo. And I represent both. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that if you actually see the way people are speaking very passionately, Honorable Junet, who is also a leader in our party, Honorable Pamela, and the member who has spoken, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dege, they are all from Migori County. Mr. Speaker, this can very quickly and easily degenerate to a war between Homa Bay and Migori County, because then I can decide to defend Homa Bay County, and my chairman has on the issue of attack on Migori County. Mr. Speaker, speaking from experience, we had a similar situation with my brother, Honorable Mbadi, in the first parliament, where I am the one who was considered the aggressor, and he knows why it was not Mbadi who raised it, I'm the one who raised it. And I want to say, in hindsight, Mr. Speaker, these are very emotive issues that we should not be playing with on the floor of the House. As members, we can make it a joke and laugh here, but the people who are listening on the ground do not take these issues lightly. Before you know it, this will start into a war between Nyatike and Suba South, and very soon it will be a war between Migori and Homa Bay County. And we cannot have such things. And I want to call the leaders who are speaking to order as a member of ODM party, that if they are not able to deal with the leadership, leave it for people like me to deal with. These are issues that you should be dealing with in the House as ODM. You do not come and clean your dirty linen before the public. You are trying to show people. We know that Baba has been sick, but he's still in charge. So don't come and show people here that you can misuse and behave on behalf of ODM in front of people here. Go and sort out those issues in the House. Don't embarrass the ODM in the floor of the House. Those are not issues you bring before the floor of the House. When you've gone to the party and you are not able to deal with them, bring them before the House. But you cannot bring issues that we can deal with outside the House and embarrass the party here. Shame on you.
Now you say. Now, the member for Uriri, I can see you want to say something. The Honorable Nyamita, Mark Nyamita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I only rise because in the statement by the Honorable Member from Nyatike, he did mention that there's been a bit of a conflict between the border of Uriri and Nyatike. Mr. Speaker, I actually want to confirm there's been, in one of the areas that we share around the Gogo Falls, there has been a consistent issue between a number of families there on a piece of land that is in dispute. Mr. Speaker, about a year ago, we have had to deploy police there who were there for about a week to try and keep peace between at the border point. And I think that thing subsided for a bit of some time. So indeed, between Uriri and Nyatike, there has been an issue. However, Mr. Speaker, whereas I welcome the committee to try and investigate the issues that are there, I also want to challenge our neighbors, including my neighbor from Nyatike, that sometimes even us as leaders, and I want to ask him that the Honorable Tom Odege and myself, especially on the border between myself and Nyatike, that we do find time and have a public meeting there to be able to address the issues that are there. Because when I go on my own or he does go on his own, then those issues are not able to be sorted. And I actually am confident that between ourselves, we can actually sit. The same, Mr. Speaker, would apply between the border of Nyatike and Suba South, where our party leader is actually coming from. Whereas I know there is no major center in the chairman's constituency, and indeed he uses Migori going into his home area, I am very confident, Mr. Speaker, that if we find time as a leadership from the area to sit together at the place of dispute, it's a small matter that can actually be addressed. And I want to support what Honorable Millie is talking about. That, Mr. Speaker, issues of boundary are very emotive. We can joke around them here on the floor of the House, but the people who will be watching or are listening to us speak, we might actually wake up to something different tomorrow. That the people of Migori are actually indeed fighting with the people of Homa Bay. So I actually just want to implore on my colleagues that we do find time, even as we welcome the committee to come and do the investigations on ground, that even as leadership from the area, if we all sit, there are issues that we can actually resolve amicably. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to urge my colleague, Honorable Tom Odege, that I'm sure Mbadi will be able to sort, besides their relatives, as they say. And I just want to tell Mr. Tom Odege that many people have lost their nomination certificates. Please don't lose it for addressing the party leader, for addressing the party chairman wrongly on the floor. Be very careful where.
Now,
thank you.
Now, honourable members, because it looks like you have now taken it as a debate. No, no, you see, all of those who are raising hands up, you want to tell me about, I don't know who has a boundary where, who has a market, in which village, who has a church, who has a primary school. Now, is that, and that, there's only it was only a request for a statement. No, you can't, that cannot replace the business of the day, surely. So, Honorable Fatuma, how long do you think it will take you to give us a report on this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Bandi has not threatened anybody.
It's okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that the committee will bring or respond to the statement within 2 weeks, since it's also the right of the honorable member to have a response to his statement. And I want to assure the members, and more so the legislators from Migori and Homa Bay, that we'll do justice to this. Thank you.
Yeah, and please don't feel threatened. No, let's now do national business. Honorable Ishungwa, your last request. I hope your request is also not about boundary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is not on a boundary. although, Honorable Speaker, it's just that Honorable Mbadi was not on record, so he could not hear what he was saying that there shall be no meeting of the committee. I hope that was in jest, because he has no ability to stop committees from meeting. And I think the request by the Honorable Tom Ondege was for the committee to consider. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me go to my statement that pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources regarding the status of the construction of the Kikuyu Water and Sewerage projects. Honorable Speaker, in the year 2019, the Government of Kenya, jointly with the African Development Bank and through the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, financed and initiated the construction of Kikuyu Water and Sewerage projects. Consequently, the government contracted a company known as Nanchang Municipal Engineering and Nanchang Foreign Engineering Company Kenya Limited joint venture to undertake the construction work. Honorable Speaker, the project has been ongoing with intermittent delays, stoppage of works, and slow progress of implementation, hence inconveniencing the residents of Kikuyu constituency in Kiambu County, in addition to endangering their lives and the general well-being as a result of dust and other environmental hazards, including uncovered manholes. Further, the contractor has deliberately caused the destruction of existing roads network and other public infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the following. 1, could the Chairperson provide details on the expected timelines for the completion of the Kikuyu Sewer and Water project? 2, could the Chairperson provide information on the scope of works contracted and the level of implementation to date as per the scope of works contracted? 3, what measures are in place concerning relocation of water pipes, fiber optic cables, existing culverts, and other public infrastructure? 4, what measures are in place to restore damaged roads, especially in the Goto area and Kidfamako Estate? 5, what measures are in place to ensure that there is value for money in the project by ensuring proper work standards are maintained? And 6, what measures are in place to prevent further environmental degradation, especially of soil erosion, dust nuisance, and the general safety of the public during construction? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair of Environment, or the Vice Chair, Chair of Environmental Committee, or the Vice Chair. Leader Majority will take up the statement and pass it on to them. Yeah. I'll reorganize the order paper. We go back to order number 6 to allow the Honorable Christopher Omlele to give notice of his motion.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I must apologize for having come in a little late after that particular order had passed, and thank you for being so gracious to allow me to do this now. Honorable Speaker, I give notice of motion through the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing for tree planting along the roadsides and road reserves. That aware that Article 42 of the Constitution accords every person the right to a clean and healthy environment, and that Article 69, Sub-Article 1D, also mandates the state to encourage public participation in the management, protection, and conservation of the environment. Further aware that deforestation is one of the main contributors to climate change, noting that Kenya has not been spared by the effects of global warming and climate change as a result of deforestation, amongst other aspects. Also aware that the road network in the country currently stands at approximately 177,800 kilometers, with a development rate of 600 kilometers per annum, deeply concerned that there has been a persistent destruction of trees and vegetation along the road reserves and roadsides during road construction, leading to adverse effects on the ecosystem. Cognizant that studies have showed that benefits accumulated from roadside tree planting include better soil formation due to shedding of dead leaves, increased water quality by reducing sediment flow, reduced erosion, road beautification, flood control as the trees slow and absorb water runoff, windbreaking, providing important pollinator habitats, improving people's health, and protecting crops. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the government introduces a component of tree planting in all road network designs and also makes it compulsory for road contractors to replace any tree harvested during road construction upon completion of the project. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, we go now back to the order paper and go to the next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting time until conclusion of specified business.
Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the following procedural motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of the business on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall start extended until the conclusion of business. Honorable Speaker, this is a motion we are doing for abundance of caution. It's now 4:12. We have a couple of procedural motions and a couple of things for questions put. And with 2.5 hours to go between now and the end of this session, and wanting to have as many people as possible contributing to these motions, we thought it will be safer that we make a decision that should we reach that point, we will continue debating as if the clock is not moving until we finish the business. And Honorable Speaker, this is we could well finish the business within the next 1 hour. But because we have cut down some of the things we actually wanted to do to bring on board, because of the special circumstances we're operating in, and Ministry of Health has advised that we should not be staying long in this House. It's air-conditioned premises. There is lots of circulation, lots of movement, and we don't want to jeopardize the lives of members of Parliament. So on this one occasion, even as we break, usually we break for the evening session, we break for half an hour, we retreat to the tea area, then we come back. There's no time for sanitization. And members then take other different seats without even that sanitization. And hence, it's something that we need to just be careful about. So, Honorable Speaker, because of the business that's coming, and without anticipating the resolution of the House, is because we'll be asking for, an alteration of the calendar, which will basically mean suspending the chamber business by retaining the committee business in total. Because committees, we can participate virtually and actually from our offices in Nairobi. So members will be expected to be here anyway in Nairobi, and we facilitated to be in Nairobi in the usual way, including passes to pass through the roadblocks and all the other facilitation that pertains to your attendance or committee business within Nairobi. That will be taken care of in the process. So we'll be discussing that when we come to the next motion. But for us to be able to ventilate and talk about what's happening, we want to give you maximum time. And hence, that's why we want to, first of all, ensure that we don't get locked out in time before we have finished the business that's before us. It's a straightforward motion, and I'm sure members would also want to say a few things before we go home, hence giving you more time to talk about your constituents and all that. So with those remarks, I beg to move and ask my co-leader on the other side, leader of the minority party, to second.
Mr. Speaker, I think the leader of majority has spoken to this matter at length. Really, we are just being cautious. The order, if you look at our order of business today, it is not so heavy. So, but we are just being cautious so that in the event that the time will have lapsed before the conclusion of the same, then we extend a bit. But I am very confident that we are likely to finish within the time, because if you look at what is coming up, most of them are questions to be put and then first reading. There's only one serious motion which we'll consider. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point. I want to just second the motion by the Leader of Majority. Thank you.
I have not even proposed. The member for Taveta, would you want us to transact business now? Member for Tinderet, the Honorable Julius Meli. I propose the question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of the business on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until the conclusion of business. Very well. I'll put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of the business on today's order paper, the sitting of the House shall stand extended until conclusion of the business. Will as many as for that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as for the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honour members, because we want to allow members sufficient time to ventilate on the next motion, I will rearrange the business appearing on the order paper to be in the following order. That order number 12 shall become order number 9. Order number 13 shall become order number 10. And order number 14 shall be order number 11. And what is? And order number 15 becomes order number 12, so that you are left with order number, what is currently orders number 9 and 11. But indeed, order number 11 should come before order number 9. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the value-added tax amendment regulation 2020.
Yeah, let me see. Very well, honour members. Member for Ainabkoi. Please, honour members, that's it. Debate on this motion was concluded, honour members, but a question could not be put because there was no quorum in the House at the time. And therefore, now that I confirm that there's more than quorum, I proceed to put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Value-Added Tax Amendment Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 16, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of sections 6 and 67 of the Value-Added Tax Act 2013, approves the Value-Added Tax Amendment Regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 188 of 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the value-added tax, electronic tax invoice regulations 2020.
Very well. Some of that must be a new member, of course. He thinks by disappearing into the toilets is. Honourable members, again, debate on this motion was concluded. There were 3 regulations considered by the committee. So I proceed to put the question that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax, in brackets, electronic tax invoice, regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 16th, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of sections 6 and 67 of the Value-Added Tax Act 2013, approves the Value-Added Tax Electronic Tax Invoice Regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 189 of 2020. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of the value-added tax, digital marketplace supply, regulations 2020.
Similarly, honourable members, debate was concluded, and I put the question that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax, in brackets, digital marketplace supply, regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, February 16th, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 6 and 67 of the Value-Added Tax Act 2013, approves the value-added tax, in brackets, digital marketplace supply, regulations 2020, published as legal notice number 190 of 2020. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 12, the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to make amendments to health-related laws.
Next. As you know, in our standing orders, the first reading of the bill stands committed to the relevant departmental committee without question put. So it proceeds like that.
Order number 13, motion, alteration of the...
No, extension. What appears?
Order number 13, procedural motion, extension
Extension of time for consideration of nominee. No, not yet done.
Order number 13, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of nominee for appointment as principal secretary.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a notice of motion for extension of time for consideration of nominee for appointment as principal secretary. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments, Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, relating to extension of period for consideration of nominee for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as Principal Secretary for the State Department for implementation of the curriculum reforms by a period of 14 days from 21st April 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wanga. Yes.
Honorable Florence Mutua, are you being seconded?
Yes, by Honorable Wanga.
Honorable
Wanga.
Wanga.
Yes.
Honorable Wanga or Wangwe?
Wanga.
Where is the member for Homa Bay? Gladys Nyasuna. Honorable Anga, if you're in a place where the machine don't recognize you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Have you explained the reasons? Well, maybe members then can debate it. It can be debated. I mean, there's nothing wrong. Members can debate and reject. Yes. Let me propose a question that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act number 20 of 2011, relating to extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as Principal Secretary for the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms by a period of 14 days from 21st April 2021. Well, since there are issues being raised, you see, the owners of motions have a responsibility to explain. Even a procedural motion, the leader majority has just moved a motion here, he explained, so that the seconder did not have to explain anything. Now, if you come and move a motion, and you just read it and then you sit, it has to be seconded. Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the mover, who is the chair lady of the Education Committee, Mr. Speaker, gave no reasons at all. She just said, I am seeking for extension of 14 days, Mr. Speaker. The House doesn't, common sense is not common to everyone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can she explain to the House the reason why? It's not a must, Mr. Speaker, point of order first, Mr. Speaker. The former majority leader, Honorable Duale, Mr. Speaker, is not well-dressed. He has come here dressed, Mr. Speaker, like somebody who wants to retire from politics. Look at his dress, Mr. Speaker. He has no tie. He has to know, Mr. Speaker. Can you, Mr. Speaker, do a ruling on this, Mr. Speaker? This is not the way you dress in the August House, Mr. Speaker. And this is not the first time.
Honorable Duale should have to button up to the neck.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Yeah, look at the Sergeant at Arms type of dressing here. The buttons are up to here. So anyway, Mr. Speaker, the chair lady should tell us what is the reason behind why she's asking for extension of time, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I urge the House to reject it, Mr. Speaker. No, it's not must. Why is the motion coming? It's must.
Honorable Mwavi. Is it the case that the Honorable... How come? The machine shows your name. The machine here shows your name. How come there is no light?
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the chance. And away from even giving the reason, I have listened to how the motion was moved. But I know the procedural way to do it is to read the motion as contained in the order paper. Then after that, you give the reasons. The chair moved in a version that is not in tandem with what is in the order paper. And that's why I was raising the point of order, whether it's in order for the motion to be moved in another version other than what we have. Thank you.
Is that to say that the mover did not move the motion?
Not as it is contained.
Unfortunately, there are too many of you who come to consult, so that sometimes I am not able to even also follow. If the mover did not move, To correct the anomaly, Honorable Flores Mutua, can you move your motion afresh? Move it and give the reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a notice of motion.
No.
Yes.
You gave notice. Now you are moving the motion. Let me just
Mr. Speaker.
let me help you. Let me help you, Honorable Flores Mutua. Pursuant, you beg to move that pursuant to provisions of section. Then you proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, relating to extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period.
I beg to move that this House.
I beg to move this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as Principal Secretary for the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms by a period of 14 days from 21st April 2021. Mr. Speaker, even before Honorable Luanga seconds me, the issue why we are having this request for extension, Mr. Speaker, is because the committee is to sit tomorrow, Wednesday, to do the pre-briefing for vetting, and then on Thursday, we are doing the actual vetting of the nominee. Mr. Speaker, the committee came to this conclusion because we thought that we, as a House, given the communication we have seen going around in the WhatsApp for parliamentary, that we thought we would be going on recess, Mr. Speaker. So if you're not going, Mr. Speaker, you will kindly guide the committee. Thank you.
Now, honour members, this way of coming into the chamber with your chest as though you are coming to fight the Al-Shabaab terror group should not be allowed. It is true that you need to be ready for the combat, but yes, Honourable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence that you step down this motion until we make a decision on our calendar, whether we are going to stay or go. Mr. Speaker, then after that, no, the leader, give me a minute, leader. I'm not a Jubilee member. I am an ODM member. My leader is here. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because the decision on this motion will be affected by the motion of the calendar of the House, Mr. Speaker. So if we deal with the issue of the calendar of the House, then we will deal properly with that motion, Mr. Speaker, whether to extend the days or not.
Well, if that was the reason, then we just have to revert. So it will come after the motion listed as can you reconfigure the new orders? Just reconfigure. This is now on the number what? Be comfortable. Now, honourable members, before we go to order number 13, I wish to make certain clarifications. I am aware that the business appearing as at order number 13 is as a result of certain exigencies that have happened in the country and certain communication that may have been issued. Honourable members, the true position is this, that a meeting was called at State House at which all the three arms of government were represented for consultations and briefing on update on the latest COVID-19 pandemic situation in the country. At that meeting, after listening to the health professionals, led by the Director of Public Health, both the three arms of government and the Interreligious Council representatives at that meeting took certain decisions. Ordinarily, when consultations of that nature do happen, certain statements follow. I did advise then that with regard to what happens in the Houses of Parliament, the Houses of Parliament representatives and leadership that was there should merely have been requested to take note of the brief. But unfortunately, as maybe some of you will know, not everybody understands the language of Parliament. And I did point out specifically the provisions of Article 126, specifically Clause 1, that whose subheading is committees and standing orders. That each House of Parliament may establish committees and shall come up with standing orders for the orderly conduct of its business, both in plenary and in committees. Indeed, honourable members, as you are all aware, it is pursuant to that article, not just the standing orders themselves, pursuant to that article, that this House and the other House do regularly come up with their own calendars of their sittings. It is also on the basis of that article of the Constitution that we have, in our standing orders, created several committees of this House with various mandates. But of course, honourable members, there are some over-enthusiastic people who do not always understand some of those things. Because they take the fact that Article 132, and it is very clear even Article 132, Clause 1, the first priority is given to, as among the key functions of any president, is to address the first sitting of a newly elected House. And B, that is 132(1)A, B, address other special sittings. And in fact, as you know, in those special sittings, there are some requirements about what documents the president should submit to Parliament as a whole and to the National Assembly specifically. So unfortunately, some functionaries don't quite distinguish those provisions. And I did point out that for Parliament, we cannot be suspended, we cannot be adjourned or directed to adjourn, except as we desire through our own resolutions. It is pursuant to that advice that we, the two speakers, agreed that we will convene our houses as was planned in our calendar. It is for that reason that we are here. So even as we debate this, whatever this is proposed in this motion, we must bear in mind that it is you, as members, who have the ultimate responsibility, duty, and authority to determine how you would want to regulate yourselves. Even with the current upsurge in the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic situation in the country. But we did also undertake certain things. For instance, closing of the kitchen and the dining hall, because public health people did indicate that those are becoming red hot areas for transmission. And therefore, those processes about eating and what, those are administrative things. But you cannot pass a rule here, a resolution about how you're going to eat. Because some of you don't eat, you only drink. So we cannot now come to gag you here. So with regard to that, the administrative issues, we have, in consultation with public health, taken the necessary action that was required in the circumstances to address the rising cases of COVID-19 infections. And we did that in good faith and in understanding that quite a number of us, and I'm sure you know many, who are not with us here, have been victims. And they're in isolation because some have taken it that even when they come into contact with people that have been infected, they don't want to come here to expose the rest of us to some of those situations. So I just wanted to make this point clear that Parliament has not been directed and cannot be directed. So, honourable members, debate this motion in full knowledge that it is in your hands, it is in your power to make the determination as appropriate. I thank you, honourable members. Sorry, honourable members, again, because I think things are happening, these factual things are also becoming complicated. Honourable Kisan, again, you have to give your notice, the notice of your motion in an amended form.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to give the notice of motion in amended form to conform with the law. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation in its report on the consideration of a petition regarding removal from office of Ms. Tabitha Mudhemi as a member of the Media Council of Kenya, laid on the table of the House today, this afternoon, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 14.3 of the Media Council Act 2013, this House finds that the petition as submitted discloses sufficient grounds as contemplated under Section 14.1 of the Media Council Act 2013 and resolves to submit the complaint to the Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication and Innovation and Youth Affairs in accordance with Section 14.3 of the Media Council Act. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Order number 13, motion, alteration of the 2021 calendar.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 288, subsection 4, this House resolves to further alter its calendar, the regular sessions of the 5th session, 2021, as adopted on Wednesday, February the 10th, 2021, and amended on Tuesday, 9th, 2021, so as to A, suspend its sitting of Tuesday evening, that's the evening session today, Tuesday, March 30th, 2021. B, Honorable Speaker, if I could be protected from a very active meeting at the back, that doesn't seem to be observing social distancing.
Now, what is happening there?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You see, this is the problem. Honourable members, I actually can tell the problem, because many of you don't even take time to even look at the order paper. You rely on what you hear from the streets and the gangways. You look at the order paper, read it and internalize it. It's in very, very simple English. But we cannot translate it into Swahili for the convenience of those who may wish it in that language. It's not complicated. This is not complex. It does not require any conspiracy. It does not require any conspiracy. It's just you can, even when you sit from wherever you may be, you can make a decision one way or other. You know, it's not a big issue. I don't even think there is need for any people to be whipped in a particular way. You just use your head. I mean, you are elected by so many people to come and use your hand on their behalf. Yeah. Now here you cannot use it. You must, I mean, surely, what kind of, this is so simple. Just let the leader move. If you make your decision one way or the other, fine, no problem. Yeah.
Sir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of the members who may not have been paying attention, I would ask that I move the motion again. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28.4, this House resolves to further alter its calendar, regular sessions for the 5th session, 2021, as adopted on Wednesday, February 10th, 2021, and amended on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, so as to A, suspend its sittings of Tuesday evening, March 30th, 2021, B, suspend its ordinary sittings from Thursday, 1st of April 2021 to Thursday, 29th of April 2021, and C, resume its regular sittings on Tuesday, 4th of May 2021 at 2:30 p.m. to continue with the first part of the session. Honorable Speaker, you've already explained the background to the public order number 2 and clarified the misinterpretation that was created in a communication, and I do not wish to revisit that. Honorable Speaker, members will be aware that we are nationally at a great risk with positivity rate on COVID at 26.6%, which means for every 100 people tested, 26.6 are actually turning positive. It's also important to note that even with the ongoing vaccination, everyone who has been vaccinated requires at least 21 days to build the immunity. And hence, we need, even with the vaccination that we received last week and the vaccinations that are taking place today, members will actually require a 21-day period for the vaccine to interact with the body and for it to build the necessary immunity. Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 global pandemic
has impacted the globe in various ways. As we are talking today, as of yesterday, 128 million people globally have been infected. Sadly, we've also lost 2.8 million people globally. Now, of these 128 million people, 22 million are at certain stages of fighting the infection, with 95,000 globally in very serious or critical conditions. In Kenya, we have had 131,000 people who have been infected as of yesterday. The numbers are growing bigger every day. And sadly, we've lost, as of yesterday, 2,135 people, and the number is increasing. If you look at all the graphs, the curve that had flattened sometime 2 months back is now on the rise. And all indications are it will be rising for the next 60 days. Honorable members would also appreciate that this virus hits people, the people who are most likely to end up in hospital or in serious condition or even die are people above the age of 50 and those with underlying medical conditions. But that's not to say that people who are even in their teens have not died from this disease. Now, if you look at our average age, and we've been looking at these statistics in Parliament, the average age of this Parliament is 48. So we are not very far from the threshold. It means at average age of 48, there is quite a huge number of people above 50 who have been averaged downwards by those who are younger. And on our staff, the average age is 45. It just shows you how much at risk we are as a house. If you also throw into the mix the nature of our interaction, it is quite dynamic. We just saw at the back a very interactive discussion at very close range, ignoring all the sit here, the social distancing protocols. When we sit at the tea place, we all bring our chairs closest together, and we don't have masks. For those who have attended the extended session in the members' small lounge that's opened after the rise of the House, we also know the interaction at that point is very close and without masks. And we've seen some of our own colleagues who have actually talked to us and said they're in hospital because they interacted in those two places. So it's important that we start thinking about how much we want to put ourselves at risk, even as we transact business, and is there a better way of transacting business without putting members at risk? Honorable Speaker, as His Excellency the President did observe, the numbers that are being announced every day by the ministry have names attached to them. And most importantly, each one of us by now knows somebody who has either succumbed or been infected, and certainly many people who've been affected. We've all gone for fundraisers because even insurance companies are not paying for these COVID-related treatments. So as we stand in solidarity with all Kenyans who are affected, we cannot continue as a house treating this as business as usual. We need to start thinking of the unusual circumstances in which we are operating. The Minister of Health has given us advice. They reported that our healthcare facilities are currently overstretched. The stock of oxygen, I think, has gone to a low of not more than one day. No, it's okay, it's okay. You can sneeze. So long as you're covered. The stock of oxygen is we are at an all-time low in terms of oxygen. And members may wish to know that this is because the number of people who have been admitted in our facilities is about to overstretch the available capacity, and doctors in this house will let you know. And I would wish to have a few of them talking to us so we see the seriousness of this issue. Honorable Speaker, in 2020, when this pandemic hit this country, this House was at the forefront, not just in Kenya, but within the region, in taking measures to contain the escalation of the pandemic. And members will remember, we closed these chambers, we reduced the size to not more than 60 people, we opened lobbies, we opened tents to spread the people, and closed off the facilities and had virtual meetings. And because of that, we were able to contain what would have been a catastrophic situation. So we've done it before, and we can do it again, especially faced with this new third wave, which is hitting harder, is hitting faster than the first and the second. And I want to urge you that even as we start thinking of what we need to do, as a House, we not only do it to protect ourselves, but to show leadership, even to the other arms of government. I also want to confirm to members that regardless of what the issue of public order number 2 was done last week, we were going to meet today anyway as a House of Business Committee to consider what happens based on the science, the information that we've been given. So let's appreciate what's also happening elsewhere. And if you look at the House of Lords, they are actually meeting in the UK. They are meeting on a hybrid basis with a mix of in-person with huge social distance, actually on a space of like 6 people, 6 seats between members, and virtual. In the House of Commons, again, it's social distance for members who are able to attend Parliament, and others on a remote basis. But if you also look, they also are on a meeting to consider very urgent business, and because of that, they've also extended their time to meeting until midnight. If you look at South Africa, during the first wave, they made a very difficult decision of suspending operations of Parliament. And it was closed to the public, also until further notice, and arrangements were made to reduce the number of staff on the parliamentary precincts. Now, we don't want to do that. What we are proposing to do is to, after meeting in House business, if members look at their calendar, you'll observe that this session was supposed to go until the end of April. And then, on May the 7th, we were to take a break, the long recess, May the 7th to the 7th of June, which is 1 month. That's under normal circumstances. So, because of the peculiar circumstances we are dealing with, faced with this danger that we have, it makes more sense to bring forward the long recess. So we take it now, then we come back when we should have been going for recess to transact the business that will be before us and within safe environment. Now, members may argue that we usually use the May recess for purposes of public participation on budget and departmental committees. But if you remember, even last year, we could not do the in-person public participation because of COVID. So we had to do it online. And we're making specific arrangement for committees to do the meetings online, interact with the MDAs that they oversight, and also for the budget committee to do whatever they have to do when we come back to process the budget, which, as you remember, the budget is supposed to be tabled before the House on 30th of April, or before 30th of April. So we only be coming back a month after that anyway. Regardless of what happens, we also know that we also have another major matter for which some of us have a great passion in, which is the constitutional amendment motion that is sponsored by the Building Bridges Initiative. We know the committee is in the process of meeting, and just to bring the House up to speed, even the sessions of this weekend had to be stopped or suspended because some members of the Joint Committee are in isolation. And hence, you couldn't be sure to what extent we were actually exposing the rest of the members without having to, really sort out. If some of the members in a committee have already turned positive and in isolation, it doesn't make sense to continue having meetings and expose more members of the committee. We have to be more responsible than just wanting to complete a report. But the committee will do what it has to do, and what we have agreed is at an appropriate point, we will consult with my colleague, my leader minority, and if it means calling you for a special session to prosecute urgent business that comes before the House, including the BBI, including the CARA if Senate process it when we are in prayer, then we will do that, but you can come on a limited time. But in the meantime, what we would also want to do is we are suspending the chamber, but there's a lot of business pending in the committees. So we want to encourage committees to continue meeting. Committee meetings will not be suspended. And most importantly, and I want to draw this because I think the press speaks these things wrongly. Our standing order number, our Article 124 of the Constitution says Parliament shall constitute committees and within the standing orders provide for how they conduct their business. Our standing order number 182 basically provides for how we are supposed to meet. And all those meetings are supposed to be within the precincts of Parliament. So what this means is that immediately we leave today, even tomorrow, the day after, until we come back, committee meetings will be taking place, and you'll be expected to be in Nairobi, in your office, although the meetings will take place virtually. So we've asked the clerk to facilitate the passes, the necessary passes that will be required for purposes of you are moving across into the zone for those of you who are outside the zone. And also, in terms of the usual logistics, the facilitation of how you travel and where you sleep and all those things, all those are basically part of the administrative issues we don't have to debate on. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that members will want to take this break and also use the break to also accelerate the implementation of CDF. I know we have, I'll be monitoring the disbursements. As of today, as of last week, we have already disbursed 32 billion. This week, it will be 34. And hence, that is something we are committed to, so that the money will start flowing as per the agreement we have treasured. So that should not be an issue of concern to you. I want to give you that assurance. So with those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members to understand this is a short one, and we will do our bit, but to continue being responsible out there and to continue teaching our people to be responsible. Let's continue wearing the masks. Let's continue washing our hands. Let's continue sanitizing and protecting ourselves as we also protect the others. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable John Buddy to second.
Honorable Buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, initially when this matter came up, when the President, of course, spoke to the nation, and as the head of state, he could request the nation to go a particular way. But I was concerned by the communication that came from the office of the President, and I think we need to advise those who are in charge of communications in the office of the President that they should be very careful, especially when they are dealing with matters that touch on other arms of government. You cannot put out a communication that the President is suspending sittings of Parliament. We left that regime long time ago. The current arrangement, the President has no powers even to change with a minute the time of sitting of this House. And that should go out very clearly to the office of the President, to the Communication Department. They must know that this Parliament is independent and regulates itself. And so we are sitting here. First, I want to remove that thinking that President gave like a directive. He could request, he could advise, but that ends there. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are dealing with today is this House taking a decision whether we need to adjourn or suspend our sittings between this Thursday 1st to Thursday 29th of April. Mr. Speaker, having considered some factors, I support and I want to second this motion. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, we were meant to go for some short recess, which we didn't. And we only went for 1 day. Mr. Speaker, much as we work, we also need some rest. So there is need for some recess. Even if not for the 5 weeks, but we need recess. But again, we were meant to go on recess again at the end of April to May. Now we can bring it forward and have recess now. And Mr. Speaker, reports coming from the leadership of this Parliament is that some of us, a good number of our members, have been affected. And that is true, that is factual. Some are actually fighting for their lives. We cannot just disclose names of members of Parliament. And it is true, and there is no shame about this disease, really. And we must know that we are not isolated. We are not immune. We are not ring-fenced from the disease. It can hit us, it can strike. We need to be careful. But even as we accept to adjourn, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind members that in the next motion, we are going to put it very clear that committees of this Parliament will continue sitting, even though virtually, but members are asked to sit in the offices because some members conduct committee business in some public barazas. You find some members, they are making contribution and there are some children also talking in the background. So we are being very clear, Mr. Speaker, that members should try as much as possible to be in the offices. And if you are not going to be available in your office, please ask for permission from your chair that you will be meeting virtually from a different location. So that we are clear that members of Parliament are still going to transact business. There should be smooth movement of members of Parliament from their constituencies to Parliament buildings, their offices, where they are going to hold meetings every week as it is planned by the committee chairs and committee leadership. Mr. Speaker, something else that I wanted to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is that even though we are going on recess, the President has talked about the rising cases of COVID. But, Mr. Speaker, the President needs now to address Kenyans clearly and tell us what is the program for vaccination, Mr. Speaker. We have a responsibility to seek for accountability. We have to ask those 1.2 million shots, how are they going to be administered? Two, are we getting more vaccines? Because without vaccination, Mr. Speaker, it appears that this disease is going to be with us here for as long as I don't know when. And Mr. Speaker, truth be told, this country and this economy cannot afford another lockdown. It is impossible, it is impractical. And I'm telling you, if we go that route, we will not have economy to talk about. We are already, those of us who are interacting with the accounts of government, those of us who have seen how the government has been performing, we are barely surviving as a nation. Now, if anyone is imagining another lockdown, Mr. Speaker, it is not possible. And therefore, what we need to do is to use all avenues available to avoid that lockdown. And that one, the best is to have as many Kenyans as possible be vaccinated. And I know there are some of my colleagues here who have been offered opportunity to be vaccinated, but they are cowards, Mr. Speaker. You talk to them, they are telling you they want to see how. In fact, one of my friends, I don't want to mention his name, and is behind me here. He told me, Mr. Speaker, that he will not be vaccinated because he wants to see how I'm responding. I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, that it is today exactly 1 week since I was vaccinated. I have not even felt any pain in my arm. Maybe it's because some of us ate this traditional vegetable called a pot. That has made our bodies very strong. But I will tell you, I have not even felt any headache. There is no fever. There is no fatigue. There is no pain in my arm. So please go for vaccination. The risk is higher without vaccination than with vaccination. Even if our blood is going to clot, I don't know how many people have experienced that blood clot. Mr. Speaker, let us encourage our constituents, especially those who are at advanced age, Mr. Speaker, the age of Dr. Nyikal. They should go for vaccination as fast as possible. I know Dr. Nyikal has no problem because he's a doctor himself, but those of us who have not been vaccinated and are the age of the chair, Jailak, Mr. Speaker, if he has not been vaccinated, he's doing big harm to himself and to the rest of us who know him, Mr. Speaker, and who love him. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to plead with members not to be cowards when it comes to this vaccination. Let us encourage ourselves, encourage our constituents, but encourage the government of Kenya to make available enough vaccines in this country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, and I know I've been I've been one of the victims. I don't know whether to call it victims. I think I'm one of the culprits of those who are encouraging bad habits, holding big meetings. People don't wear masks. Mr. Speaker, even this Friday, no, I will be in some place, but I'll ensure that there is some social distance kept and people have masks. Mr. Speaker, that is a funeral I'm attending, but I'll see how to conduct myself and how to advise my people. But I'm talking generally as a leader in this country, that we have also let down this country in a big way. In fact, if you see, look at the rising cases. It's as a result of the many rallies we have been holding, the many meetings we have been having. So, Mr. Speaker, and our people had already concluded, made a decision, a referendum, that COVID is gone. And I know there are some of my two colleagues here, Mr. Speaker, and you were with me when they were saying that corona is not there. And they still believe there is no corona, but you find them with masks. So I ask myself, if you are telling people there is no corona and you have masks, then why are you masking? Why are you covering your mouth and nose? You have not been doing this before. So let us not mislead. I hope what they are telling us here is not what they are telling their constituents back at home. But this restaurant, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy it has been closed. This restaurant, I think, was killing us. This restaurant, people just sit. Even today, I saw people sitting around the table, and when they are drinking tea, there is no way they can have masks, Mr. Speaker. Who can drink tea with mask? Nobody. So all of them don't have masks. They are still talking loudly, and you know how politicians talk. We talk the way we do, and during the process of talking, a lot of harm is caused to others. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to second the motion that we take this recess, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Just take your seat. Take your seat. Member for Kirinyaga, at least you are in the house today. Why don't you just... Don't go away. Don't go away too early. Honorable Purity Grishi, member for Kirinyaga County. Honour members, I propose a question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 28, subsection 4, this House resolves to further alter its calendar, in brackets regular sessions, for the 5th session, 2021, as adopted on Wednesday, February 10th, 2021, and amended on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021, so as to A, suspend its sitting of Tuesday, in brackets evening, March 30th, 2021, B, suspend all its ordinary sittings from Thursday, 1st of April 2021 to Thursday, 29th April 2021, and C, resume its regular sittings on Tuesday, 4th of May 2021 at 2:30 p.m. to continue with the first part of the session. Member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support that motion. Honorable Speaker, I support it for one very basic reason, Honorable Speaker, that this, for me, is a matter of life and death. It's not a question of whether I want to be here, whether I want to be here to represent the people, legislate on their behalf, or even oversight government, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the leader of majority has said, the leader of minority actually, there are a number of our colleagues, Honorable Speaker, without mentioning names, some who are dearly fighting for their lives in hospital, some not in a very good state, Honorable Speaker. We have lost members in this House, in this 12th Parliament, out of this disease, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me disclose, I also have relatives today. My own sister, Honorable Speaker, is battling COVID today in hospital. Honorable Speaker, I had opportunity when we had the last lockdown, and maybe for those who have never been to a COVID ward, you may not understand, Honorable Speaker. I walked into the Nairobi Hospital ICU to visit two friends who were battling with COVID then. And unfortunately, both lost their lives, Honorable Speaker. But the layers of protective gear, Honorable Speaker, that you have to wear, it took us about 20 to 30 minutes to be layered with protective clothing to be able to walk into that COVID ICU. When you look at the people in that ICU battling for their lives, alone, Mr. Speaker, because nurses are there, doctors are there, but they're also limited onto the number of things they can do on you, even out of the kind of protective clothing and protective gear that they have to wear. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm just saying this to depict the situation that we are in. That today it might be very easy to say things that may be exciting to ourselves, to our constituents, and even to be seen to be working, Honorable Speaker. But the devastation that this pandemic has caused many people, many families, including our own families, Honorable Speaker, and including this House, Honorable Speaker, our own members who have lost their lives out of this pandemic, I think it's only fair, Honorable Speaker, that we give fair chance to be able to alter our calendar in a way, Honorable Speaker, that we are seen to be supporting the fight against this pandemic. And it is not the first time, Mr. Speaker. We have done it before. We did it earlier. As the leader of majority has said, we even went to the extent of limiting who accesses this chamber. I don't know what criteria was being used. It was on first come, first serve, Honorable Speaker, when we had only 60 people who could sit in this chamber. and others in the tents. And we did not take all those measures in vain, Honorable Speaker. It helped. And that time, Honorable Speaker, you remember, very few of us could speak in this chamber and talk of names of members of parliament or our own staff in this house and the other house, Honorable Speaker, that we know who had been infected or afflicted by this disease. But today, we are not just talking about people. We are talking about names that we know. We are talking about our own members of staff, Honorable Speaker, we have lost, members of parliament that we have lost, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to ask, Honorable Speaker, even as we consider this motion, and I hear what the leader of majority has said and the leader of minority, that in essence what we are doing is bringing forward our recess, our May recess to April, and allowing our committees to continue sitting, Honorable Speaker. That is good because, Honorable Speaker, we will not again be in a situation where we are not able to articulate issues that concern our people, because we can be able to do this through the committees. Some of the statements, like the one I read today, Honorable Speaker, concerns matters that concern the people of Kikuyu. And during the recess, Honorable Speaker, we also have time to be able to process those things. And Honorable Speaker, I also appreciate that the fact that we are resuming on May 4th, as if we pass this motion, Honorable Speaker, I heard what the leader of majority said. May 4th, Honorable Speaker, we may not have a lot to worry regarding the processing of the budget estimates, Honorable Speaker. Remember that long recess is usually a working recess where committees retreat to work on the budget estimates. And I'm certain, following the motions that after this, the procedural motions, we'll be able to receive the annual estimates during this short recess or long recess, and they'll be able to be processed even when we are back or even when we are away, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, really, a lot of the work that we were bound to do between now and June at the time of processing the budget, Honorable Speaker, we could still be able to do that. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I really want to beg members in this House, Honorable Speaker, to support this motion, but also, Honorable Speaker, to point out what the leader of my minority has said, that there are those in the executive, Honorable Speaker, who may feel or who may think that they can in any way interfere with the calendar of this House, Honorable Speaker. And I want to beg, Honorable Speaker, because there are cabinet secretaries, Honorable Speaker, that you had given directions last week. Since the committees are meeting, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask that in your capacity of the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, you allow some of these committees, especially the Committee on Internal Security, if they have to buy commercial Zoom meetings, Honorable Speaker, for us to be able to take to account the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and his PS, Honorable Speaker, that the meeting be a commercial meeting that is open to as many of us as possible, Honorable Speaker, so that nobody is deluded in the executive that you can interfere with the calendar of Parliament to run away from accountability to the Kenyan people. Members who ask questions to the Ministry of Interior do not ask for themselves. They ask on behalf of the people they represent. And cabinet secretaries must appear before the committees. In fact, Honorable Speaker, I would beg that you do give direction on the appearance, even in the online meetings that we will have in committees, that cabinet secretaries, their principal secretaries must appear and be taken to account by the people, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, when we took the last recess because of this COVID pandemic, you remember we ended up with a COVID, it was called the COVID billionaire scandal, Honorable Speaker. How I pray that we shall not recess and we end up with another COVID vaccines billionaires, Honorable Speaker. How I pray that those who enrich themselves, Honorable Speaker, out of this pandemic when other Kenyans were dying, that they shall never find peace, Honorable Speaker. That their families may never find peace if you use this pandemic to enrich yourself, Honorable Speaker. And I beg, Honorable Speaker, that those who are in the executive charged with the responsibility of ensuring that Kenyans are vaccinated, Honorable Speaker, they will be able to do this without fear, without favor, even as we close down counties, Honorable Speaker. Let us remember we have locked down 5 counties among the most productive counties in this country, Honorable Speaker. Nairobi County, Kiambu County, Honorable Speaker, Kajiado, Machakos, Honorable Speaker. These are some of the most productive counties in terms of revenue generation in this country. We are talking about people's lives, Honorable Speaker. And I was just watching a clip here from elsewhere, Honorable Speaker. Someone saying that lockdowns are now a luxury of the rich. Because the rich, Honorable Speaker, can afford to stay home and still be able to afford a meal. There are Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, today who are not able to fend for their children because, Honorable Speaker, they depend on what they earn that day out of the food kiosk that someone runs. And maybe it is time we also ask, and that's why I support committees continuing to sit, that we continue to ask the executive to be considerate of millions of hustlers, millions of Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, who depend on what they eke out for a living every day. Last night, Honorable Speaker, I had occasion to support somebody, Honorable Speaker, who had no food for their children. And they told me the kiosk they ran from, they make a living out of, Honorable Speaker, has been closed. I had incidents, Honorable Speaker, someone who could not raise fare of 150 shillings to Zimmerman because fare had been hiked from 50 shillings to 150. And when people offered, including the Matatu crew, to help him to get home, he was asking, even if I go home, what shall my children feed on? People had to contribute in a Matatu to get that family to get a meal for last night. What of today and tomorrow? We must ensure that we remain sensitive. We must ensure that government provides for the people. Last time we provided funds in the budget, those funds eventually never reached the people, Honorable Speaker, especially on social support for the vulnerable in our slums and the very vulnerable in our society today. And therefore, I want to challenge government. Thank you.
Member for Alienda.
Mr. Speaker, I was actually the 10th member to enter this afternoon, and I sat patiently because I was waiting for this discussion. And so I want to urge the members who say put the question to remember that this is a house of debate and record. We must put on record why we support or oppose anything. Mr. Speaker, two preliminary issues that disturb me a little, and to put it on record, and my chairman is here, it is not true that the joint committees sittings were suspended because any member was reported to be positive. That much is not true. That is not to say there's any stigma in having COVID. I myself have 2 close relatives right now who are suffering under COVID. And so we must accept that it's with us, and we must take all the measures. The second one that disturbs me a little, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, is when in seconding the motion, my leader says that as we have committee meetings, we should make sure we come to the offices, when we know that that is the very thing we are avoiding. We are avoiding members congesting with the staff and all, and we all know that until that building is complete, we are in fairly congested circumstances. So when we say we must come and attend committee through the offices, then aren't we negating the very thing we are promoting? The third thing that disturbs me, and I was hoping the leader of majority is here to clarify, is 2 other issues. Mr. Speaker, first, and I thank you for the clarification. The clarification I think you made has thoroughly toned down the views of members of this House. I'm aware that the views were very hostile in terms of the fact that instructions were given. But having explained that it was a suggestion, and I agree with you, the statement by the President actually says with the concurrence of parliamentary leadership. So it wasn't as bad as it may sound, except that even that statement is still not correct. It is not the parliamentary leadership that determines the calendar of this parliament. It is parliamentarians themselves. And so I think that is very important. But what disturbs me, and the leader of majority might hear this when he eventually sits down, is that in moving the motion, he says that the committees of parliament will continue. But the original suggestion by the President says the ordinary sessions of the August House, including those of their committees. Yes, yes, that was the suggestion. But now the motion itself, and that is the point I was coming to, does not segregate between the full sitting and the committees. I have read the motion, and perhaps I'll benefit when the leader responds, where in this motion it says that, however, the committees will continue. We must be careful about what's made when you are moving and the content of the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should laud the President. The measures that the President has taken in that statement are important. Mr. Speaker, you'll remember only last week, I was the last to suggest during the session here that we should suspend the sittings in the evening, and I fully support that. And I fully support a situation where we adjust our sittings, as appropriate. And Article 129 says, one of the functions of the President, both as the head of government and the head of the state, is to make sure that whatever actions he takes are for the benefit and for the protection of the people. So when the President takes such measures for the protection of the people, we cannot fault. But all we can do is re-emphasize that those who write the speeches for the President must always read Article 1. They must know that executive power is delegated the way legislative power is delegated. They must always read Article 126, that ultimately the President lost the power to control Parliament through 11 years ago. They must realize that even the best of measures require persuasion of Parliament rather than dictation to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you must note, and this is important, that our Constitution contemplates that even in the most difficult times, if there's one body that should sit, it is Parliament. Yes. That is why even the powers of the President to declare an emergency requires parliamentary approval after 14 days, and not by a small majority. It requires first 2/3 to extend it by 2 months. And if you need to extend it again, now it requires 3/4. It was contemplated that even in difficult times, Parliament would need to sit. That is why even declaration of war under Article 132 requires parliamentary approval. Even if we considered COVID, as indeed it is, a pandemic, even if we considered it that it was as bad as war, we must realize and remember that as an August House, it is our role under Article 95(2) to address concerns of the public, even in those times. And if we also abdicate it, then who will address it? I support fully the measures of the President. I support the suggestion to adjust the sittings, but we must bear in mind, and one thing disturbs me, and that is what we need to address. The projections right now are not very good, but the medical doctors here and the statisticians from all literature I've read do not suggest that we can flatten the curve in 30 days. The projection is that the earliest we can flatten the curve is June. So if we come here after 30 days, what is the assurance that the circumstance will be different? You know, I like it, and I think the leader of majority is a very wise man. He changed the narrative from suspensions of sitting to one of bringing forward the recess, which is very persuasive. But is it really what we're dealing with? If we come here on 30th, and instead of 27%, we are at 28 or 29, then what do we do? My point is, we need to consider measures that go beyond questions of recess. And my own view is, Mr. Speaker, that we should fundamentally change and alter our calendar. But at the bare minimum, we should sit once a week. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, you must realize that even in government comprises 3 wings: the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. The executive arm of government is not suspended as an executive. What is suspended is the regular meetings, in-person meetings, and I think that is quite wise. But in the nature of the executive, there are parts of the executive that must operate fully, like the police. Others can operate virtually. In the judiciary, they went ahead of us. The judiciary is not suspended. The measures they've taken are 2. One is that you cannot go and file in person. There's what we call e-filing. Then once you do that, if you have a hearing, then you conduct it virtually. Only the judge and the clerk can be wherever they are, but you can attend virtually. Unfortunately for us, by the very nature of what we do, you cannot conduct all parliamentary business virtually. You can conduct some virtually, but not all. So if the other arms of government are not suspended, why should we stand suspended? Mr. Speaker, it must also be recognized the following, that in these times, we have also taken measures, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, to encourage members to go for vaccination. I want to assure members that some of us went, and I did go. I have so far not, seen or felt any side effects. I want to suggest also that when the purpose is to avoid, and some of us, many of us here have been accused of being super spreaders. When the purpose is to avoid that, sometimes some of these members are better confined to at least some sitting within the week than to be unleashed out there. Because there are some who will never stay in one place for more than 24 hours. They are a danger to themselves and a danger to the rest of the public. Sometimes it's like those who can be confined in jail. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we have urgent business, as said. We have the BBI report. We have the question of the CJ and the Supreme Court judge that should come anytime soon. We have the question of pending IEBC commissioners. And you must remember that we only have 3. If anything happens to one, we will not have any IEBC. We must remember we have the referendum bill. We must remember we have pending nomination. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of urgent business. I urge, Mr. Speaker, that I agree with the motion in part. Let us fundamentally adjust, but let us have at least one sitting per week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But anyway, honourable members, I'm not trying to answer what the Honourable Otiende Amolo has just said, but just to, I think he may not have looked at the next motion, because the Honourable Otiende Amolo questioned the issue of a committee sitting. That is contained in the next motion, because the two of them could not be put in the same motion, because one deals with a matter that is in the Constitution, which is regarding alteration of the calendar, which has already been adopted by the House and amended subsequently. So that I think that issue will be addressed mainly in when we get to the next motion. But of course, certain other issues, honourable members, even during normal recess, the House is at liberty to be recalled for any sitting. But I think I just think it's something that we need to always know, bear in mind that, and I think I agree with the Honourable Otiende Amolo, there are too many issues that are pending, that are urgent, that will require the consideration and resolution by this House. Deliberation and resolution. So, indeed, those are very useful points that the Honourable Otiende Amolo. Honourable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank you for protecting the independence of the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, I am sure the President, being a former member of Parliament, being the former leader of opposition, knows, and a person who participated in the enactment of the 2010 Constitution, knows the role of the legislature in the current constitutional dispensation. So we are telling those who draft statements for him to read Article 1, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution that says the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or indirectly through democratically elected leaders. And that is the August House. Of course, if you go to the chapter on the legislature, this House is under obligation by the Constitution to protect the Constitution itself and good governance in this country. The Speaker, I agree with your sentiment in as far as what Honorable Otiende Amolo raised, that the next order contains, this order just talks about the sittings, the chamber, but the next order contains the committee of the House. The Speaker, person who has served there, it's possible the leader of majority, when we reach there, can withdraw that motion. He can withdraw the motion, belongs to him, but I'm sure in good faith he will not do it. Mr. Speaker, I think it must come out very, very clearly that the country is faced with a very serious third wave COVID-19 pandemic. And as Honorable Chungwa said, some of us here lost our loved ones to this disease. We lose our voters every day. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of my colleagues from the Christian faith that on a daily basis, between 15 to 20 people are buried at the Langata Muslim Cemetery. Every day in the last 2 weeks. So we're talking about a serious, the pandemic, the third wave is serious. So what does the legislature do? Mr. Speaker, we must not run away from our cardinal constitutional responsibility. And that is why you have allowed the committees of this House to continue to do their oversight role. And Mr. Speaker, the way you have done before in the administrative function given to you as the chair of the PSC and the clerk of the National Assembly, there are certain committees, of course, that you will give a leeway. We are the budget-making process. I'm sure the budget committee, once the minister sends the estimates, they need to interrogate that. We have the JILAC committee that is dealing with substantive issues of constitutional nature and vetting. Of course, we have the oversight committees, you know, the Public Investment and the Public Accounts Committee. But Mr. Speaker, it's very, very sad, and I stand here, I've been in this chamber for some time. It is very, very sad. Legislature all over the world, whether it's in the US, in UK, in other jurisdictions, they are in session with one major function on how to cushion their people, those who have lost their jobs, those who have lost their livelihood, how to salvage the economy. This legislature, this afternoon, is just discussing how to go on recess. Speaker, is very, very sad. Speaker, you know, the member from where is talking about including me. It's me who's talking, unless, you know, you're not seeing me. And you'll have your time. Speaker, is very, very sad. This House should have had a session to discuss the many Kenyans who lost their livelihood and their jobs following the announcement made by the president. All the restaurants in this city, in that, all of them have been closed. There are people who have lost jobs. What is this legislature doing as a budget-making process, as a law-making house? We must discuss that. We must discuss the status of the economy and stand with the executive. And Mr. Speaker, these are the issues that as we go and maybe call for a special sitting, we must discuss as a house. The people who lost jobs, Mr. Speaker, the people who are losing their livelihood are the people who brought us to this august house. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, despite looking at the calendar, despite asking us to go on a recess, and I agree with the leader of majority, we were to go on a recess in the whole month of May. If we bring it earlier, so be it. Mr. Speaker, today in our counties, and let's say it, in our counties, there are no ICU beds. In our counties, there's no oxygen. The Minister for Health came on TV last night saying that Kenya is facing a shortage of oxygen. Speaker, that is a national crisis. That is a national crisis. How many Kenyans are brought all the way from Garissa, from Migori, from Homa Bay, from Nakuru to Nairobi looking for ICU beds? Being brought because there are no oxygen facilities and cylinders in our counties. Mr. Speaker, we are the country and the citizens are faced with a myriad of problems. And the executive and the legislature must rise to the occasion and discuss and answer and find solution to the basic items, whether it is health, whether it is livelihood, whether it is security, that our people are facing. To speak of the 5 counties that have been locked, in my opinion, stand and contribute about 60% of the economy to our country. When you lock these 5, Mr. Speaker, basically from where I sit, you have locked down the whole country. You have locked down the whole country. The center of, the epicenter of business is Nairobi. Everybody comes to Nairobi either to buy and sell. Mr. Speaker, when you close restaurants, you affect the waiters, you affect the cooks, you affect those who supply vegetables and food, you even affect you affect the persons who bring their meat. So, Mr. Speaker, as much as we support, Mr. Speaker, let's this House have a definite sitting, special sitting, to make sure that we discuss how do we cushion the economy, how do we cushion the jobs that are lost, how do we cushion the livelihood that are being lost by our people against. The Speaker, finally, let me come to this story of the vaccine. I have not taken the vaccine because I'm waiting for the Russian one. And I saw today my good friend Ahmed Nasir and his other friend took, so I'll find from them where that is found. So the Russian is called Sputnik 5, the Russian. So, Mr. Speaker, and that is an individual decision. But, Mr. Speaker, let us not have another vaccine scandal. And, Mr. Speaker, last night I did some mathematics. If somebody brings 5 million doses of vaccine and sells to the Kenyan people at 10,000 shilling each, he will make a whooping 50 billion. Mr. Speaker, the vaccine must be made available free to all Kenyans. And even if it means this House allocating resources, we should not allow Kenyans to buy the vaccine. Majority, 99% of our people cannot buy, again, at the backdrop of this pandemic where they have lost their livelihood. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues that desperate times call for desperate measures. Committees will be in place, as the Speaker, and through this order paper is documented. We want to ask the House that we go on recess, but we must put in place measures to save our economy, the livelihood, the jobs of our people. That is why
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will shorten our contributions so that other members also can get an opportunity to say something. Mr. Speaker, yeah, it's for a fact that things are very bad in the country at the moment, Mr. Speaker. And it's for a fact that, Mr. Speaker, the positivity rates are very high, 26%, Mr. Speaker, is one of the highest globally, Mr. Speaker. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for protecting the independence of the Parliament, because Parliament must decide its own calendar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I've listened to Honorable Otiende. He has said that Parliament needs to continue sitting because the other arms of government have not been closed. But, Mr. Speaker, the difference between other arms of government and Parliament is the other arms of government operate in every part of the country. They can sit in Migori, they can sit in Kakamega, but Parliament only sits in one place. We occupy 1 kilometer square in town, and all of us, whether you're a member of Parliament or whether you're a staff, must come to that 1 kilometer square and appear there. So the interaction is higher than any other place, than any other arm of government, because we have to come here. The chamber is only found in one place. We don't have a second chamber where we can spread ourselves. Some of us can sit in Kisumu and contribute from there, and others in Kikuyu and contribute from there. We can only be in this chamber So for that reason, we have to take extra measures to make sure that we are safe and our safety is not compromised. Mr. Speaker, members of parliament are considered to be one of the best people who have been insured in this country, Mr. Speaker. But when you get COVID and you're hospitalized and you are put on oxygen and you are put in the ICU, Mr. Speaker, is when you will know being insured is not anything in this world. Because, Mr. Speaker, the way you are gasping for oxygen is the same way the poor guy who has also gotten oxygen will be asking, who has gotten COVID will be asking for oxygen, Mr. Speaker. You'll all be looking up, looking for oxygen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you die, God forbid that we remain safe. Mr. Speaker, the colleagues who have left us, we've buried, by-elections were conducted hurriedly, and others replaced them, Mr. Speaker, and they are speaking here in the chamber. Nobody will remember you, Mr. Speaker. You will go for good. It is upon ourselves now to take this opportune time on how to protect ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you go around the hospitals today in this country, especially in the city of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, many of the hospitals are full, Mr. Speaker, to capacity. A situation I have seen with my own eyes, a situation where somebody is very sick, critically ill of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, and there is no bed in all hospitals, Mr. Speaker. One hospital is calling the other hospital whether they have a space. Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very dangerous situation. Assuming a member of parliament is sick, he has been carried by an ambulance from his house, taken to Aga Khan Hospital, and then you are told we don't have space, Mr. Speaker. The Aga Khan Hospital has to call another hospital, ask them whether, and that time you are in critical condition lying in an ambulance, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this has anybody who has defied science, Mr. Speaker, in the world, I don't want to mention even leaders who have defied science and said this thing is nothing. We don't have COVID in this country. Don't put on barakoa, don't put on mask, Mr. Speaker. You know how they all ended up. I don't want to mention names because I may be accused of imputing improper motive on other leaders. But, Mr. Speaker, some of them lost elections because of COVID. In the United States, Trump lost election because of COVID, Mr. Speaker, the way he managed COVID, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we must be sitting as a House to deliberate on the issues affecting Kenyans. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot also do that at the expense of our lives. Me, personally, I will not risk my life. When I was elected, death was not part of the agreement I made with the people elected me, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm being honest. They did not tell me, you must die for you to serve us. No, I will not die. That one, they better look for another person to represent them, Mr. Speaker, not me. You know, let us be honest to each other. In the agreement I signed with my constituents, to die was not part of the agreement, Mr. Speaker. I'm not ready to die. And if only God is the one who kills people, I will die at God's time, when God has planned for me to die, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much because the other members also want to contribute to those few remarks, Mr. Speaker. I urge members that we support this motion. Let us go for adjournment. The world will not end. The world still will be there when we come back in May and we proceed from where we've stopped today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. From the onset, I would like to say that I support this motion. And I would like to thank the majority leader for the way that he moved this motion, and also for the way it has been seconded by the leader of minority. Honorable Speaker, I would like first of all to say that I would like to thank you very much for the guidance that you have given this House, for informing us that there were consultations by the three arms of government. And I would also like to thank the President for taking care of this country. Honorable members, we are able to compare ourselves with other countries. And I would not like also to mention the countries, Honorable Speaker, but when we compare ourselves, we have a chance to thank our President for the guidance that he has given this country, for making our leaders and the people of this country follow the COVID-19 protocols, and telling everyone that cares to listen that it is our own responsibility, that we should take care of ourselves, take care of our countries, and make sure that we take care of each other. So I would like from the onset say that I am proud of the President of the Republic of Kenya. I am proud when I compare him with other presidents. and what they tell their countries, Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I agree with this motion, and that it is important that we know that we are in unprecedented times, and that we need to take quick actions as this House is taking this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, as a leader of majority has said, the committees of this House are going to continue, so the oversight role of our committees is not interfered with, Honorable Speaker. And that if there are questions and statements and any petitions that have come, they'll be able to be handled within the timelines as the majority leader has explained. Honorable Speaker, I would like to also thank the executive, and starting with the president of this country, for taking the jab, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that I took the jab earlier, and the day that I went to take the jab, there was no queue. I just went straight, got the jab. But this morning, Honorable Speaker, after the President, the ministers, cabinet secretaries, and other leaders have taken the jab, I found a queue, Honorable Speaker, at the place where the vaccination is being given. So it was extremely important for the President to lead, and I would like to thank him for that, thank the cabinet secretaries, thank the leaders in this House who have taken the jab and made it clear that it is safe to do so, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I say this, I would like to agree with the other colleagues that have spoken earlier that we need to care about business that has been lost in this country. We need to care about our people who feed from the work that they do every day, and that it is important for the concerned committees, if it is the departmental committee on budget, I don't know whether it is in supplementary 2, or whether it is finance committee, or whichever committee, Honorable Speaker, that is concerned. There are people in this country that are not able to feed their children, and we need to think about it and handle this matter as a House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have many people who are infected. We have seen deaths in our constituencies and in our counties. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, we may not be able to link all of them directly to COVID-19 because some of them have not been tested. Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Junet has said, it is terrible to imagine that any Kenyan, whether a leader or not a leader, gets sick and they are not able to get oxygen, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important for the Cabinet Secretary, for this country, for health, to ensure that we have oxygen, Mr. Speaker, because this is extremely important, to care about the fact that we do not have beds, ICU beds, that we immediately find a way of ensuring that this is done. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for the guidance that you have given us this afternoon. I would also like to thank you, together with the other members, that you have shown that this is a House that is independent, but also the care that you have shown, Honorable Speaker, that we need to know that we are not immune, we are not ring-fenced from COVID-19, and also guiding the House in the right direction, that we need to adjourn. So, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I must also appreciate that you actually made a correction on the presidential order, and you did notice that there are some officers who don't seem to respect legal or technical issues. And Mr. Speaker, that's very important. When we had a committee meeting today, I noted that some officers were not very clear on technical issues in giving direction on what should be done and what should not be done. I think that cannot be allowed in a pandemic situation. Mr. Speaker, the COVID situation is worse than in the first or the second wave. And it's not only the deaths that are being reported here. Mr. Speaker, members here may have noticed that in the rural areas in the counties, the deaths are increased, particularly amongst the older people. And every time you hear, they had a chest infection. So we have actually been asking the government that it's important to monitor the deaths so that even if we cannot test, we will also know that people may be dying without being tested and therefore are part of the COVID deaths. That is an important thing that as a country we must do. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, in my view, we're actually having a one situation now it's not really because we have a different variant. But, Mr. Speaker, when the president relaxed the guidelines, he just relaxed them. We did not go by the guidelines that he gave that we should follow. What he really relaxed was actually he removed the restrictions of movement. There were still very clear guidelines on social distancing in hotels, in churches, in funerals, in political meetings. Mr. Speaker, we did not follow them. We went back to normal. And that is why this wave is as bad as it is. And Mr. Speaker, if this happens and there is increased transmission, then obviously you give more chance for transmission and mutation, and therefore we are likely to get the very bad variants. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all of us, when we actually go into this, I don't even want to call it a research, to actually be the first to guide our people. People listen to us. Let us follow the guidelines. Let us make differences in funerals, in meetings, in churches. If we say that should not be done, it should not be done. So we not only go to protect ourselves, but we should also go, Mr. Speaker, to pass the message, to pass the guidelines, to preach the guidelines, so that people can protect themselves. That is extremely important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Parliament and Parliament staff are at risk. And if I say members of Parliament, it's not just because of age, as we are saying, and it's actually not the average age that is important, it is actually the median age, the age above which you have 50 and 50 below. But the other issue is frequency of exposure. If you have massive exposure, then even age does not protect you. You notice that amongst the health workers that died, it is not the old or the elderly health workers that died. In fact, they were very young. And the reason is they had massive exposure, extreme exposure, huge load of the virus that overwhelmed their system. Similarly, we as politicians are actually also exposed. We meet very many people, and sometimes I've noticed even when we are in meetings, we tend to keep the mask down below the nose. The nose actually spreads this thing more than the mouth. So I think we need to look at that. We are in a serious situation health-wise. We are talking of oxygen. I thank the ministry for noting that, and ICU beds. But what is also more important that has not come out is actually the human resource. And I will actually suggest that we should go for oxygen, as the minister says, and we should not put so much emphasis on ventilators, because those machines, if you do not have well-trained people, anesthetists and so on, and they are few, the machines can kill people. So I think the emphasis on oxygen is actually allowed, and I think we should support the ministry in getting the oxygen. Let me, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for more time. On the vaccine, Mr. Speaker, the vaccine is safe. I have taken the vaccine, and I did not feel anything. The risk of dying from the vaccine we have now is much, much, much less than the risk of dying when you take your own car and drive to Kisumu or even just to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion, but I first want to give my condolences to all the people in this country who have lost their loved ones through this COVID epidemic. May Yahweh Elohim comfort you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to commend the President, His Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, for having to make very, very tough choices. And indeed, what was relaxed was really the travel restrictions, not the regulations on COVID. And what does concern me, and I do very respectfully request that the Committee on Health do summon the officers in charge and ask them specific questions, because we are not getting enough information. We're given numbers every day, but we're not told where exactly these super spreaders are. Are they rallies?
Are they churches? Are they bars? I was actually having a conversation with somebody this morning, and we were talking about these small little bars where you have 20 or 30 people congregated in a small room, drinking from glasses, eating nyama choma from the same plate, using the same toilets, the same salt, going to the toilets that are not being sprayed, which are highly infectious, and we're not actually getting this information. Where are these pockets and where are the super spreaders? Having said that, the other important issue is, I do recall that one of the regulations said that should your establishment be open after curfew hours, your license will be revoked. I have never heard of a license being revoked. I personally have made and called the COVID hotline at least 4 times, complaining about loud music, laughter, coming from establishments within the residential area I'm living in. I think this is important information that must be brought to the fore, and we must know how many licenses have been revoked. Where are the super spreaders? In addition, it is very, very important. We live in very, very difficult times, and as much as we talk about livelihoods, we must understand that we must talk about saving lives first. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I need to also state that I think it's important that as Parliament, we go back to the protocols that we did have before, where the first 50 registered online and the others sat outside and we practiced the social distancing. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do support.
Member for Alego Songa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this
And sorry, Honorable Atandi, I will hold your time. Your time will not be taken. But just one thing, Honorable members, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that the leader majority did indicate when moving this motion that committees are going to meet. But we need, after passing this motion, if we pass, then to pass the other one so that we actualize what the leader majority said. So that it will be fair for me to encourage you even to make these contributions regarding the pandemic and all the issues related to it, not just in this motion, but also in the other one. So that, because the reasons for passing the other motion are still tied to this one. So that we don't also, because I can see the numbers are decreasing, we do not then end up not passing the other motion, which then will not give effect to what we were talking about, committees continuing to meet. But in the meantime, Honorable Iringo, in the meantime, let's, since we had already given him Honorable Kubai.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, COVID situation in this country has reached levels that are very, very unprecedented. And therefore, as a House, we cannot be left behind when other Kenyans are taking measures aimed at cutting the COVID situation. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as a House, we are duty-bound to take measures such as what we are going to do today of adjourning the sittings. Honorable Speaker, it needs to be noted that whatever this House does reflects or is interpreted positively by Kenyans. And if we take a decision today of adjourning, Kenyans are also going to be very strict in taking up the measures that have been put in place, the protocols that have been put in place by the President, aimed at reducing the level. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support the adjournment motion because I know it will give positive, it will give positively to the other Kenyans. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, in the past, the executive has brought measures in response to managing the COVID situation in the country. And some of the measures, Honorable Speaker, are very, very expensive and hurting, and so many Kenyans are hurting today. Honorable Speaker, there's a restaurant where I go, and before I go to those restaurants, I normally call the waiters to make orders. Honorable Speaker, since this COVID situation, lockdown happened, a number of those waiters have been contacting me and asking me to support them because they are unable to feed their families. And I think this is really something that this House needs to look at, because the closure of restaurants and hotels is affecting
the ordinary Kenyans. And I think I want to urge the head of state that, especially on the measures to do with closure of restaurants, I want to urge him to make some revisions maybe in a week or two so that the hotels can operate even with some minimum strict measures. Because really, even as we close movement and lockdowns, we need to be careful about how our own people really are surviving. Because, Honorable Speaker, in the past, when the COVID tax measures were introduced in this House, most of us complained that some of the measures were not going to give Kenyans positive results. Like one of the measures that were passed here was the decision to cut down VAT and corporate tax. And some of us argued that this one would not really fare well because corporates do not know how to give the benefits to the ordinary people. And we said that those measures, in the end, was going to hurt the economy because it was going to affect the revenues that we were going to collect, which would have been used to be plowed back to the economy. But, Honorable Speaker, nonetheless, we went ahead and passed those laws, and today we know the impact of those laws on revenue. Again today, some of the measures that have been put in place in response to COVID, such as completely locking down businesses, is going to give us, translate negatively towards our revenues. And I think this House really needs to make a decision and act on those measures. Because in the end, we are going to insist that we want government to fulfill certain promises, to give us our monies for CDF. But again, when the government does not collect revenue, really we are going to have a problem. And therefore, I want to urge that the people giving the president advisory, because I know the president may not be, in tandem with the reality on the ground. But his advisors need to be people who know what is happening on the ground. And I want to say that if the measures that were put in place for the lockdowns in Nairobi and other counties continue, then we are going to suffer because we are not going to raise enough revenues to fund the economy, and the people are going to suffer more. Honorable Speaker, I support the adjournment.
Honorable Sankok, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I really also wanted to contribute and give professional advice, but I'm standing on a point of order at number 95, that reading from the mood of the House, that we are reading from the same page. So, Honorable Speaker, I call upon you to call the mover to reply. Thank you.
No, honourable members, we can, whatever issues you want to raise, which you are raising, are connected to the next motion. All that I think the Honourable Sankok is suggesting is, why don't we finish this one, and we continue. Please don't withdraw your cards, so that your requests are still captured as they are. I can see now I have got 71 requests. So don't withdraw any of your cards, so that you can still contribute in the next one. And remember, honourable members, one of the first motions that you passed was that you have to sit until we conclude all the business appearing on the order paper. So there is no hurry. And as you know, yours truly, I have capacity to sit here for 10 hours continuously. So don't have no worries. So, honourable members, I propose the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honourable Speaker, I rest my case. I beg to reply.
Honourable members, I put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28, subsection 4, this House resolves to further alter its calendar, in brackets regular sessions, for the 5th session 2021, as adopted on Wednesday, February 10, 2021, and altered, amended on Tuesday, March 9, 2021, so as to A, suspend its sitting on Tuesday evening March 30, 2021, B, suspend all its ordinary sittings from Thursday, 1st April 2021 to Thursday, 29th April 2021, and C, resume its regular sittings on Tuesday, 4th of May 2021 at 2:30 p.m. to continue the first part of the session. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 14, procedural motion, consideration of certain business received during the recess period.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order number 120, 122, and 126, relating to the publication, procedure upon publication, and first reading of bills, and Standing Order number 2210, subsection 2, relating to tabling of statutory instrument, and further pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 256, exemption of business from the standing orders, this House orders that during the period of the April recess, which is 1st of April to May the 3rd, which has just been approved by the House on 2020-2021, number 1, should a bill be published during the said period, or a published bill become due for first reading during the period, the Speaker shall, upon lapse of at least 7 days following the publication of the bill, the fulfillment of the provisions of Article 110(3) of the Constitution, and following a determination that such a bill is of priority, forthwith refer the bill to the relevant committee for consideration, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 127, that's Committee of Bills, to committees and public participation. And upon resumption of the House, cause the bill to be read a first time, and the second reading may be taken forthwith or on such other day as the House Business Committee may determine. Number 2, should any statutory instrument be transmitted for tabling before the House during the period, the Speaker shall, following a determination that statutory instrument is of priority, forthwith refer the statutory instrument to the relevant committee for consideration and cause the statutory instrument to be tabled in the House during the next sitting in accordance with the provisions of Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act number 3 of 2013. Number 3, should any paper be transmitted for tabling before the House during the period, the Speaker shall, following a determination that the paper is of priority, forthwith refer the paper to the relevant committee for consideration and cause the paper to be tabled in the House during its next sitting. Number 4, upon the submission of the report of the relevant committee on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill of 2020, promoted by the Building Bridges Initiative under Article 257 of the Constitution, the Speaker shall forthwith cause the report to be circulated to all members in electronic form and prioritize special sittings of the House convened pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 29 to consider the said bill in keeping with the requirement of Article 257 of the Constitution. Number 5, with respect to the public petitions pending before committees, the counting of the 60 days consideration period prescribed at a Standing Order number 2272, that's Committee of Petitions, shall cease today and resume when the House next sits in the 5th session. And lastly, number 6, the clerk is directed to make necessary arrangements to facilitate virtual meetings of committees, and members are asked to attend and participate in the virtual meetings of committees from their offices within Parliament buildings as envisaged in the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act of 2017 and the Speaker's guidelines regarding conduct of committee meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic period. Honorable Speaker, the very number 1, 2, 3 routine motion that we usually do whenever we are going on recess in terms of how we process any bill that comes, any statutory instrument that comes, and any papers that are scheduled for that are brought in here for tabling, to just make sure that that business continues within the committees. Number 4 is specific to the national engagement that this House has been engaged with on the processing of the BBI bill, which was referred to this House by IBC on behalf of the Kenyan people, the promoters who, having taken it through signatures and having taken it to the counties, is now being brought to here for us to process. And we, under Article 257, obligates us, does not ask us, obligates us to process it expeditiously. So it's important that we will continue that expeditious processing of that bill. And immediately we receive a report from the committee, as I did mention earlier, I'll be communicating to you members so that we can come and dispense with that bill in accordance with the Constitution and let it then go to the next stage. I think the import of number 5 on public petitions is public petitions have a timeline that they must, there's a 60 days during which they must run. And what we are proposing to do is we put a stop to that running of time so that we don't have to have every committee coming here to say they're extending the time because it ran out during the recess. That during the recess, that 60-day period will be deemed not to be running. And it will restart, the clock will kick off again when we come back. And most importantly is now the number 6, that we are saying we are closing the chamber, but unless called for specific, but we want the committees to continue. And like I said earlier, our standing orders envisage a situation where we supposed to be, committee work is supposed to be conducted within the precincts of Parliament. Remember, you're making major decisions at the committee level, which will then be brought to the House for ratification. And we don't want a decision to be challenged by the busybodies, and we have many in town, that this decision was not made within the precincts of Parliament. Obviously, the standing order says with the approval of the Speaker. So committees will, by virtue of approval of the notices by the Speaker, will have approved where you sit. And what we are advising is that members travel from wherever you are, come and sit within your office of Parliament, which will be deemed to be transacting business from within the precincts of Parliament as envisaged within the standing orders. And for that, then the clerk will facilitate you are not just the meeting, but also how you get to Nairobi, what you do in Nairobi, in terms of where you sleep, where you do, and also in terms of your passage through the roadblocks. So, and I think that's important, we capture it here, so that we have a legal basis for why we have to do things the way we're doing. So, by and large, I think this is exactly what some of the concerns that the member for Rarieda had in terms of should we continue meeting, should we not. So long as we observe the Speaker's guidelines on conduct of meetings during COVID, we should be okay. And in small meetings, everyone in your office, what we want to advise you is keep away your staff, because you don't know where your staff spent the night before. And we may think we can trust them, but on this COVID, the only person you really can trust is yourself. So if you can come to your office and conduct your business from your office, then go back home, you will be safe. And then we can all have, all of you coming back together to continue when we next meet physically. I think it's straightforward. I wish we don't even need to spend a lot of time on this one, so that we can then even finish off with the other one. And I beg to move, and I would like to ask nominee number 1, the Honorable Sankok, to second.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And this is a procedural motion. And as you have seen, I came with 2 masks because I'm entering the red zone. Honorable Speaker, as I second, this motion is very important, Honorable Speaker, but I would like to thank you, Honorable Speaker, and sincerely say that you are a true leader and a true Speaker of the August House, a firm third in command, Honorable Speaker, and a mobile encyclopedia of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, because the advice that you gave in State House and the advice that you gave us today, Honorable Speaker, when we started this session, cooled the tempers that have been building ever since those handlers in State House communicated the President directive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most of these members were really coming here for war, Honorable Speaker. But you know, Honorable Speaker, the way you handle us, all of us are here and we are really trying to do business, Honorable Speaker, because of your advice, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are saying that we will be having our committee meetings, Honorable Speaker. Online committee meetings, Honorable Speaker, which will take place in our offices, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, in the past, we have noticed that when we have committee meetings, from wherever somebody is, Honorable Speaker, network is a problem because some of us will be on the roads, some of us will be in our cars, Honorable Speaker, and worse still, Honorable Speaker, some pictures that come from the background, Honorable Speaker, you will not actually want to see them, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes they really need parental control, Honorable Speaker, to engage parental control, Honorable Speaker, because some of the photos, you know, Honorable Speaker, some meetings of committees start as early as 8 a.m. And from 8 a.m., Honorable Speaker, some people are still in the bedroom, Honorable Speaker. And when we really put our phone, sometimes we may not be able to see what is happening, Honorable Speaker, on the background, Honorable Speaker. But those who are watching, who are participating in the meeting, Honorable Speaker, can be able to see. So that's why we are saying that it is good that all these meetings will be in our offices, Honorable Speaker, where there is enough Wi-Fi and enough network, Honorable Speaker, so that we don't see this majabu that we have been seeing when we are doing these meetings, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to urge my colleagues to take the COVID-19 vaccination, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the vaccine is safe, Honorable Speaker. I took mine, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and professionally, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to kick several diseases out of the world courtesy of vaccination, Honorable Speaker. Diphtheria is not longer with us. Whooping cough is no longer with us. Polio is no longer with us. Rubella is no longer with us, because we have kicked it out of the world courtesy of vaccination, Honorable Speaker. We have been able to tame some diseases courtesy of vaccination like measles. They were used to be killer diseases. So, Honorable Speaker, I urge our honorable members and also Kenyan at large to go for vaccination, Honorable Speaker, because, Honorable Speaker, it will save us, Honorable Speaker. And the little signs that we witness are normal and expected, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Dr. Nyikal will tell you, Honorable Speaker, that when you are vaccinated, a foreign body has been introduced into your body, Honorable Speaker, an attenuated pathogen, Honorable Speaker, and you will find that your body will react by creating immunity. In the process of creating immunity, it's like a factory, Honorable Speaker, working, and there are bound to be some release of heat, and you feel some temperatures and headache, Honorable Speaker, and general body weakness, which is normal and expected, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we need, really as a House, as Honorable Ndwale had said, to prioritize the issue of safeguarding our citizens in terms of those who have lost jobs, Honorable Speaker, but most importantly, in the last lockdown, Honorable Speaker, we had 200 million that was for persons with disabilities, Honorable Speaker. Persons with disabilities are sleeping hungry, Honorable Speaker. We need to have another 200 million to be able to cushion the very vulnerable, especially those with disability, Honorable Speaker, who have been depending on donors, Honorable Speaker. Now that donors are not coming into our country and churches have been locked and they have been debating on religious institutions, Honorable Speaker, we need to cushion them, Honorable Speaker. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I do second.
You can take it. You can take it. Honourable members, as you notice, the motion is long. Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of standing orders 120, 122, and 126 relating to publication, procedure upon publication, and first reading of bills, and standing order 210, subsection 2, relating to tabling of statutory instruments, and further pursuant to provisions of standing order 256, dealing with the exemption of business from the standing orders. This House orders that during the period of the April recess, 1st April to May 3rd, 2021, 1, should a bill be published during the same period, or a published bill becomes due for first reading during the period, the Speaker shall, upon lapse of at least 7 days following the publication of the bill, the fulfillment of the provisions of Article 110, Clause 3 of the Constitution, and following a determination that such bill is of priority, forthwith refer the bill to the relevant committee for consideration, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 127, dealing with committee of bills to committee and public participation, and upon resumption of the House, cause the bill to be read a first time, and the second reading may be taken forthwith, all on such other day as the House Business Committee may determine. Number 2, should any statutory instrument be transmitted for tabling before the House during the period, Speaker shall, following a determination that the statutory instrument is of priority, forthwith refer the statutory instrument to the relevant committee for consideration and cause the statutory instrument to be tabled in the House during its next sitting in accordance with provisions of Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act number 3 of 2013. 3, should any paper be transmitted for tabling before the House during the period, the Speaker shall, following a determination that the paper is of priority, forthwith refer the paper to the relevant committee for consideration and cause the paper to be tabled in the House during its next sitting. 4, upon submission of the report of the relevant committee on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, promoted by the Building Bridges Initiative under Article 257 of the Constitution, Speaker shall forthwith cause the report to be circulated to all members in electronic form and prioritize
we agree we are living in most unprecedented times, COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Speaker, as the government puts up various measures to contain the spread of COVID-19, there is the other side of the story. And the other side of the story, Honorable Speaker, is going to be extremely devastating unless the country, unless Parliament rises and acts as it's supposed to be. Honorable Speaker, by the stroke of the pen, the announcement on Friday, over 50% of jobs in Nairobi were lost. Over 20% of jobs that rely on the economy of the 5 red counties have been lost. Honorable Speaker, unlike what happened in April last year, when there were measures to cushion the low income, this time round, Honorable Speaker, there is none. Those people are asking, why should they always, all the time, carry the burden of bad decisions or knee-jerk decisions made by the executive every single time? Why should they be the sacrificial lamb? They have lost jobs, they have lost homes, they have lost livelihood, relations are strained, children cannot feed, they cannot pay for basics. Honorable Speaker, as we proceed for the recess, it is important the Parliament should not lose sight of its constitutional mandate as enshrined in Article 95, which requires it to deliberate matters affecting the people of Kenya. There is no single time that the role of Parliament, the work of parliamentarians, is required more than this time around, Honorable Speaker. It is important, Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter, literature available, both locally and internationally, is that COVID-19 is going to be with us for many years to come. Many, many years to come. As my colleagues have said, the only savior is the vaccine. In Kenya, we have reached the point of community transmission. We have reached the point of community infection, where the transmission rate is going to increase. We are unabated. Anybody who thinks anywhere that we are going to flatten the curve without vaccination is just cheating, is deluding everybody. This time round, science needs to be honest with each other. We are not going to reduce the curve or to flatten the curve with any other measures that we might put in place. We must, as a matter of urgency, ramp up the vaccination process, and most of them have said, after 21 days, we then have immunity, internal immunity, to enable those even who contract to survive. Honorable Speaker, that's why many of us, wherever we sit, we hope the measures the President put in place, specifically cessation of movement, specifically closure of eateries, places of whatever, you'll have to rethink about it immediately after Easter, because the devastation is going to be massive in this country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, as we members of Parliament retreat to our constituencies, let us go and spread the basics of MOH protocols. And we must now start calling to question, where has devolution gone as far as health is concerned? With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Nyasuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to support this motion. Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful that the House has considered the earlier motion, which was bringing forward our recess. And Honorable Speaker, as has been said by many members, all that a member of Parliament has, just like others in the service industry, is your health. Members of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, do not operate, for example, like shopkeepers, where you can have your stock, and even though you are away, you can put somebody else to run the shop as you are away. Honorable Speaker, we need to be physically present and in good health and in good state of mind. So, Honorable Speaker, I am glad that we have taken this precaution. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and the leadership of Parliament and the House Business Committee, because when we had the first wave, we swung into action as soon as we could. And that is what has saved the staff and members of Parliament as we are today. Honorable Speaker, that time I remember some people said that why are parliamentarians cowards? Why are they running away from responsibility? But we put in place ways through which we could work outside of the chamber. And on that same breath, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to also thank His Excellency the President, because during the first wave, many heads of states, many heads of government across the world, many of them stood back and took populist measures so that their publics could clap for them. Honorable Speaker, some of them have not ended up too well. And I'd like to thank His Excellency the President, because the measures he took were not too popular with the public. You remember there were every so often when he was supposed to give the speech, members of the public said, cheza kama wewe. They were always expecting that he would lift the measures. But he remained firm until a time that he could actually ease out the measures. And Honorable Speaker, even as we speak about the distress that our people are in economically, and I agree, Honorable Speaker, that every time there is a lockdown, there is the economic effects that come along with it. Like now when there is a lockdown, especially closure of restaurants, I have seen the Kenya Tourist Association, the tourist operators, Honorable Speaker, they have made some requests. And some of those requests should be looked into so that even the visitors that had already booked are not affected by the cessation of movement or operation of restaurants. But we must also agree, Honorable Speaker, that as a House and together with the executive, we did put in place so many measures in the earlier phase to be able to relieve our people from the economic distress, including a 53 billion fund to be able to cushion members of the public. So, Honorable Speaker, the distress is there. There is the whole tricky balance on how to continue to grow the economy while at the same time finding measures to cushion our people. And maybe I just mentioned that even when we removed the tax reliefs last year in December, members of this House were careful not to affect the tax relief going to the lowest income earners, those earning 24,000 and below. So that particular category, this House, in its wisdom, agreed to reserve or to preserve the tax relief that was to this particular category. And for that, I thank the House. Honorable Speaker, availability of the vaccine is a big issue now. Even as we go into lockdown, as has been said by many members, we are only going to flatten the curve if we are able to put as many shots as possible of the vaccine into as many arms as possible of Kenyans. We were told that we have 1.2 million vaccinations already in the country. Honorable Speaker, it would be important, even during this break, for the Committee of Health of this House to appraise the House on how many more vaccines we are getting in, because we have 47 million Kenyans, probably over 30 million who are eligible for vaccine. How many more vaccines are we getting into the country? How quickly are we going to be able to distribute these vaccines so that as we move forward, we are able to continue on the path of growth for our economy? With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Member for Kipkelion East.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also contribute to this important motion, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking you and the Leader of Majority for the communication which you have actually made in the beginning of this sitting. Because, what is important, Mr. Speaker, is the communication. Communication which came from the President was not well structured, and therefore it had actually given some mixed reactions, which you quickly explained, and the Majority Leader really did very well, and I thank him because he has really mastered the art of talking to our hearts now, and that is where we should be. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, we are not actually living in an isolation, and therefore we are actually aware that this COVID problem is very serious, and it's not affecting our health, but it's also affecting our economy. But of importance of all, Mr. Speaker, is the health of the people. So as long as we can survive for tomorrow, that is better. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. As we continue all these measures, we have to be really aware that even WHO has declared that over and over again, they have actually communicated that COVID might stay with us for a longer time. So the best thing we should do in this country is to look for ways of surviving, to ensure that the impact of this COVID is not very serious, especially on the health of the people, at the same time on the economy. So every measure which we should take, we are supposed to take from now on, should not be so punitive to the extent that it is actually introducing another COVID in the people. So when we even communicate, Mr. Speaker, I have concern on how we communicate. I would actually encourage the executive to actually embrace a more friendly way of announcing measures. Like if the president could have announced measures on Friday, they should actually consider giving enough time for the people to reorganize their way of living, even the economy. You see, for once, I can give an example. Hotel industry. Most of the hotels operate as a business. They procure things like perishables, or maybe for several days. Therefore, when you say from today midnight, what happens with those kind of foodstuffs they have? Matatu industry, they operate from Mombasa maybe to Busia. What happens with their vehicles which are locked in the other part? You know, there will be a lot of cost in terms of parking fees and all that. And therefore, going forward, I will encourage the president to really encourage more consultative and more reasonable timelines so that they give people maybe 72 hours that effective, maybe next, maybe on Friday you should have said maybe Monday, something like that, so that it is more reasonable and it cushions the economy. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as we go to the estimates, I will encourage the National Treasury to look more on how to introduce several measures which are stimulus in nature, so that the people on the ground can access little cash instead of going for maybe long-term projects like maybe new big projects like roads and all that. We should actually look for a way of only sustaining the ongoing projects, at the same time introduce those measures which can actually enable the common man to get the small jobs which give them money on a sustainable manner going into the future, because the people in the villages are actually looking for a way of surviving. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying all Kenyans, let's encourage all Kenyans to take this immunization seriously. And I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that many of us, especially the members of parliament from Kericho, we took a COVID immunization back in Kericho to encourage people that it is actually real. Mr. Speaker, I want also to say this. Let COVID vaccine be free. If we want to avoid the situation where COVID millionaires will emerge again, let us avoid sale of vaccine in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for K yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also weigh on the matter on the floor. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you for the communication you gave this evening about the way Parliament was going to take this recess. I salute you for that. I am one of the members who had actually come in the Al-Shabaab way, ready to shoot down that motion. I want to also thank my colleague Limo for what he has just enumerated, that we should be giving notices when we are doing a lockdown. It is so bad, it is terrible, it's unreasonable, it's not fair to the national figures, to people, to actually give a lockdown within 12 hours. It's not fair. Because here I am in Nairobi. I was doing some business. And then I'm told, we want you to leave in 12 hours. Or 3 hours. Are you being reasonable? Are you trying to tell me now you will stop corona within the 12 hours? No corona will take place there will be no corona now that you have locked the place in 12 hours. It is not fair. We will never stop corona for 12 hours. We can give notices. Notices is only fair. It's only fair because we 24 hours, 36 hours, that way we will actually drive this country in a better way, and people will be able to organize themselves in a better way. Now, the question that comes here, Honorable Speaker, is the solution a lockdown? Wherever there is a spark of corona, the only thing the leadership of this country thinks is lockdown. Is that really the solution? Because it is affecting the transport industry, hospitality industry, and I want protection, Honorable Speaker. They will get the opportunity to.
You are well protected. Just proceed.
We are losing jobs, Honorable Speaker. Hospitality industry, transport industry, entertainment industry. And those are the punching bags always when there is a lockdown. Look at what has happened now. The hotels had prepared for the Easter holidays. And some of them, if you visit those hotels, Honorable Speaker, they have actually observed the COVID-19 health protocols, thoroughly observed those protocols. They have spent money, they have invested to do that observation, only for them to be locked down as a result of what is happening now. We are not being fair to those industries. We are not being fair to the hospitality industry and the transport industry. A case in point are the people who have now taken loans in matatus to actually run transport of matatu. They are actually coming from Eldoret or Busia to Nairobi. Now you are telling them, don't go to Nairobi because of corona. What we are seeing here is, as people lose jobs, we are going to create other diseases other than corona, which will actually kill more people through stress, through heart attacks, and yet we are trying to protect people from corona, and in the process, we create other diseases which will kill more people than the corona itself that we are trying to protect them from. So let's be fair as we drive our issues and as we drive this issue of corona forward. I wish to support, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also weigh in on this very, very critical discussion. First of all, I support the spirit of taking a recess. I had hoped that the nuance that had been introduced by the MP for Ariada would have been helpful, but be it as it may, I do support this. But there are a number of key issues, Mr. Speaker, that I think we should use this opportunity to highlight. First of all, let me also thank you for protecting the autonomy of Parliament. We can't overstate that. I think it's very important. Its implications would have been grave if that had not been done. Two, COVID is with us. The vaccine is with us, but there are issues. I think we need a clearer presentation of how the vaccine logistics are going to run and the vaccine prioritization. This cannot be a matter that is done in a command type economy where somebody announces and that is it. I think that the Minister for Health should demonstrate that he's listening to the concerns of the citizens and that there are ways in which how this is going to be done will be clarified. Who are going to have priorities? We parliamentarians are having vaccinations, maybe not free, maybe at cost, but at cost to our employer. What about the other citizens? How is it going to move? 1.2 looks more relative to 47, but even getting the 1.2 going will be very important. Two, we have not seen, except for some of the stimulus that was done to support employers, we really need a stimulus package that now targets the consumers, now targets the Wanjikus, that targets the elderly, that targets the groups that you select, as in money in the pocket to enable them, and that money is not wasted. From an economic perspective, that money is going to bounce back, including paying some taxes, because you improve consumption, and you can get consumption taxes collected, but you'll save lives at the level of the household. It's extremely important. The third point that I would like to raise, simply to emphasize and agree with my colleagues, is that really the vaccine should be free. And there's an economic argument for a free vaccine. That way, it will reach more people, it will slow down the disease, it will slow down the pressure in health facilities for which government is paying, the savings that occur by virtue of less pressure, less costs on the healthcare system, will far outweigh the cost of vaccine. 4, I think we should liberalize the vaccine market. We are working with the AstraZeneca, and we understand global arrangements and the way they occur. We are tied to it by way of our history and the way we transact. But let us open our eyes to the Russians, to the Chinese. Let our bodies that do the approvals work on this and come out. Let us have a diversified source of vaccines. I read the other day that India, which was our major supplier, has had a big wave in India, and they're going to restrict exports of vaccines. America did that, others did that. Let us diversify the sources of our vaccines. Let our scientific community come out to the forefront and not simply ape and repeat what others have said elsewhere. Let them do their own tests they want to do here, their own follow-up, and so on. Let us be a bit more entrepreneurial. There was a time when I listened to the coordinator of the COVID vaccine task force. And he made a statement like, we are not in a hurry. We are looking for quality. And I was waiting to hear, what is this quality? Like, we'll do one at a time and observe how it's going before we can move. There isn't time for that kind of thing. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, as I summarize my views on this, I do agree with the proposals that we have passed this evening. But I think it's a time to tell the President that we are in a bad place. And he knows that, though. And I know it's difficult balancing to do. But that balancing must now include economic support to the vulnerable. We should see another supplementary budget that's focusing just on the stimulus, COVID-related issues. And we can do that over and over. We may have many supplementaries. Let us target the people so that we can also support families. They are bleeding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Well spoken. But honourable members, even as we contribute, because you see, it is this National Assembly, as rightly pointed out by the Honourable Tiende Molo earlier, that deliberates and resolves matters of concern to the people. Let's ask ourselves a simple question. The COVAX mechanism is one that offers this vaccine to the poorer countries, so to speak. And what we have received in this country is, in the initial stages, 1.02 million, and then an extra 100,000 donation from India, so 1.1. The first vaccination must target to give 2 doses to each of you who has received the first dose. So essentially, you can see what kind of what size of the population it is that is going to be addressed by this. So that indeed, as the House that also is involved, as Honorable Duale was saying earlier, in the budget making processes, we must address the issue of the vaccines. Even as because look at the population, just about half a million people. Yeah. So it's a very, very small population that is targeted to be vaccinated with the current stock of what we have. And I think, if I just thought food for thought, I'm sure Dr. Nyikal will be speaking to this at some point. Let's give the member for Kangema the chair of JLAC, because item number 4 relates to his committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start by thanking you for clarifying the message from His Excellency. You stress on the word that he did not directly direct to the House. He used the word in concurrence. And I also thank His Excellency for involving the 2 other arms of government. That is a matter that we are overlooking, that in reaching these measures, for a long time, he called the acting Chief Justice and called the 2 speakers to reach at this decision.
And in addition, I will give you extra one minute.
Yes.
In addition, the leadership of the Interfaith Council
Yes.
the entire of it.
Let me also mention a matter, just of bit of. Also thank the President for the stance, his stance in Dodoma. When he stood down, he did not proceed with his speech in the funeral of Magufuli, stood to enable the Muslims to have their prayer. Mr. Speaker, I would like to disabuse two matters that have been raised. One, by my vice chair, the two members are sick. It is a fact that when we were meeting, two senior members of the Senate, I will not name them, but it's a fact that two senior members of the Senate were not able to join us in the joint committee because they were afflicted by COVID. Number two, I want to disabuse a stance taken by a senior member of this House, Duale, in saying that he is awaiting for Russia, and that his kinsman called Senior Counsel Ahmed Nasser has advised him either to take the Russia. Let us not mislead our people. We must lead by example. We have agreed to take the jab, and we must take it. When he says that he is awaiting for the Russian one, he wants more people to die, waiting for this Russian miracle. Mr. Speaker, drastic times call for drastic measures. And as I'm speaking here, the Westminster government is also discussing the same issue simultaneously with us. Yesterday, the British Prime Minister ordered total lockdown. Not like us, a total lockdown in the country. Number two, he appointed a special minister for COVID deployment. And in that message, he also took measures, and in collaboration with the pharmacies and the clinics, right? They were all directed to offer gratis vaccination. Mr. Speaker, it is important that when we address this matter, we try as much as possible to ward off from our political positions. Let us not try. This is a matter of national importance. We cannot stand here and start apportioning blame, saying the president has done this, he should not have done this. What other measures? Somebody should be offering a solution. I repeat again, drastic times call for drastic measures and extraordinary measures. Thank you.
Honorable Amalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is not ordinary times, Mr. Speaker. This is a crisis time. And crisis time, Mr. Speaker, it requires extraordinary mitigating strategies. Mr. Speaker, as my other colleagues have said, I want to thank you. Your intervention was very important. And to me, it was Solomonic wisdom, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, this House, members were determined, Mr. Speaker, to come and defend the independence of this Parliament. But your intervention, it really saved, and we want to thank God for that wisdom, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, there's this issue of vaccination. Mine is to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Mr. Speaker, to move with speed and be able to give approvals of the other vaccines, Mr. Speaker. Our immune system, our bodies react differently to these vaccines, Mr. Speaker. We've told the Russian one has already been approved. It's already in the country, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the Deputy President has already gotten that. We are told, Mr. Speaker, of the Pfizer vaccine should also be approved. And we also told of the Chinese vaccine, which is more of herbal, Mr. Speaker. So our bodies can react differently. Personally, I went for the AstraZeneca vaccine, Mr. Speaker. There were a bit of some mild kind of side effects, but I want to assure the public that everything is okay, and we want to encourage people to go as many as possible to get vaccinated. My humble request to you, Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the PSC, is please, when we come back after recess, if it's possible, ensure that all the staff in this parliament, they are vaccinated, starting from those who work in our offices, those who work in HR, in the building, the other side, and even the kitchen staff. Let them get vaccinated because, Mr. Speaker, once you have this vaccine, it is actually going to help you to reduce the risk of severity. It doesn't mean when you take this vaccine, Mr. Speaker, you'll not get infected. You can still get infected, but the severity of the vaccine will go down. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward to support the motion that the Leader of Majority has just moved in terms of how business is going to be transacted during the recess time, we have our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who are just newly elected. The MP for Kapchai, the MP of Matungu, as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, they don't have committees. Maybe you'll exercise using discretion your order, standing order number 1 to see how are they going to contribute? How are they going to participate through committees, Mr. Speaker? And yet the selection committee, which is chaired by Honorable Amos Kimunya, has failed to meet, and so that they can be able to be put in committees as quick as possible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have too much to say. Today, as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, we know this third wave is deadly. It's not usual, Mr. Speaker. Last time, His Excellency the President, we had cushioned. There were measures to cushion the Kenyans. I know many Kenyans have lost their livelihoods already. They have lost their jobs, Mr. Speaker. So we are calling His Excellency the President, in his own wisdom, Mr. Speaker, to see what measures can we put in place to cushion these Kenyans who have lost their jobs, who have lost their livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of 2 marriages. They've already broken the marriages, Mr. Speaker, because of the loss of livelihoods. And at a time like this, there's a lot of stress. And when you're stressed, Mr. Speaker, you need counseling. And the people who provide counseling are the churches. Maybe it is the highest time as we move forward, the Interfaith Council, to look into the measures. What measures can be put in place as we move forward so that the wash areas can be reopened, Mr. Speaker, as quick as possible, so that these churches, once they are there, they'll continue providing spiritual nourishment, and they'll also continue providing guiding and counseling. As my other colleagues had said, we might be trying to save people from the COVID aspect, but there are other effects that we are trying to create, and if we don't look for a way of managing or mitigating, Mr. Speaker, it might end up killing our population. I really want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do support.
Member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do
stand to... a point of order from the member for Mwe. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to rise on standing order number 95. Mr. Honorable Speaker, we have all spoken, and some of us have already taken the vaccine, and we know the benefit. Everybody is talking about it. Honorable Speaker, I would like to rise on 95 and say, since we are all talking on the same, and you, the Speaker, has given us very good direction, the Leader of Majority has given us very good direction, the President of this country is really reading us and giving us direction, unlike other countries where we have problems, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that what we have spoken is enough, so that we can now move to the next agenda after my brother KJ. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, Honorable Kiari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And while quite a number of members have spoken, there has not been a voice heard from this county called Nairobi City County, which is most affected by some of these issues that have been put in place. But Mr. Speaker, as I rise to support this motion, I think it would be sacrilegious of me to not congratulate yourself for actually clarifying on the announcement that was made by the President, because it needs to go out there to the world that only this House can manage its calendar, Mr. Speaker. And what you have said here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, has gone on record, and it's important, even for those people who write speeches for the head of state, Mr. Speaker. Because as we saw on the day he was announcing, it did not even get to 8 o'clock before the speech that he had delivered got more than 5 major revisions, Mr. Speaker, speaking very much to the quality of the speech and writing that that was done, Mr. Speaker. However, we do understand that the president is actually the only public servant who has been sworn in to protect the lives and property of Kenyans, and we do applaud his efforts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are having these procedural motions, the previous one and the one that we are debating, is because members in this House want to protect themselves at this time of the pandemic. So we need to ask ourselves, even as we are protecting ourselves as members of parliament, what are we doing for the electorate in this country? Mr. Speaker, it is our business to discuss matters affecting the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, it is with such an opportunity that we should start asking ourselves whether we are prioritizing right as a country, Mr. Speaker. When you think about it, just by the mere announcement of a lockdown by the president, people lost actual jobs, Mr. Speaker. The people in hospitality, people in transport, people in entertainment, Mr. Speaker, lost jobs just by virtue of this announcement, Mr. Speaker. So we need to ask ourselves, as a parliament, how are we providing for the government to be able to give people stipends, Mr. Speaker? During the last lockdown, our people in Dagoretti South were lucky to register the most vulnerable people in the community who are receiving stipends, Mr. Speaker. But this announcement of a lockdown was not accompanied by any stimulus arrangement or any stipend, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, it is important for us to speak to government, Mr. Speaker, and say that this is not the time to undertake vanity projects, Mr. Speaker. At this time, when the resources are scarce, when the time is scarce, it is important to invest in the most important life-saving survival projects, Mr. Speaker. Because in the city of Nairobi today, we have major projects going on under the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. However, a dead person cannot feed from Kabro, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask, what is the plan that we are locking down now, Mr. Speaker? And the 5 counties that we have locked down are locking down the entire country, Mr. Speaker. When you lock Nairobi and Kiambu, you've locked the northern part of Kenya. When you lock Nakuru, you've locked up the western part of Kenya. When you lock Machakos and Kajiado, you have locked down the coast. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the plan going forward, Mr. Speaker? Because it did not come clean. If there was a plan, this would have been the time to vaccinate the people in this disease-infested zone. And the few vaccines that are available could have actually been dedicated to this zone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to finally say that this country, this parliament, has the duty of protecting.
Member for Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot has been said, but also allow me to congratulate you. You are a wise man. Thank you for being who you are. I want to congratulate the majority leader, for Kimunya is his name. Sorry for that. Amos, if we removed A from your name in my mother tongue, you have done it most, in a manner that has talked to the spirits of the people, not just the mind. Mr. Speaker, I agree with most of what our colleagues have said, and indeed, the question that every Kenyan should be asking themselves is, which way Kenya? As much as we are crying about losses of jobs and all that, but you know, we have the responsibility, the president has the responsibility to make sure that Kenyans are alive. So, yes, we are losing jobs, but I think it is a matter of, let us acknowledge that we have a problem, and above all this, life is more precious than silver and gold, Mr. Speaker. So even as we are crying, it is important that we encourage our people to come together, all of us, and look for alternatives. For example, Mr. Speaker, 2 areas of concern that made me insist that I had to speak to this motion. The other, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, WHO warned that
there is looming food shortage in the entire world. And I think as leaders, apart from just crying and wondering what should be done, we should be clear and send a message out there, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, should be very active to encourage all Kenyans of all sorts to grow food substances of all manner in our land. I think this is something that we need to emphasize, and we need to make sure that even if we don't have money, at least our households have food. That is something that I think is so critical, and it is high time we encourage our youth to do whatever it takes, like we are just about to go into the long rains. Let all those agricultural lands be occupied by something that Kenyans can eat. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about COVID, and we thank the ministry for updating us on the percentages of infection and even the death rates that are going on. But we need also to demand from the ministry that places like Migori County, which I represent, along the lake, courtesy of the previous rains that overflooded the lake, there is a lot of death from malaria. And I think what I want to say here is, much as we update the nation and the world on the COVID issues, there are also these other diseases which are still also taking the lives of Kenyans at such a rate. I would wish that even as we push for the protection of people against the COVID, we equally do not forget about the protection of our people, about these other diseases like the malaria that I'm talking about. Yes, I know the Ministry of Health at some stage decided to have the area sprayed. But you see, the breeding place has been enlarged and mosquitoes are on the rampage. I'm praying that the Ministry of Health should find it wise, at least to give us nets for these people along the lake region. They are dying. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all of us as leaders that this recess, or whatever else we call it, is in order. But I'm glad that the motion we are now talking about last has actually taken away all the fears that the members were having, because these critical issues need to be discussed. We need to oversight. We need to think about what we are going to do with Kenyans who are down there, whom we are representing. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say more than that, but I want to thank you for the wisdom that we have seen in you today, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was worried that I was not going to speak. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you. On that Friday, I was actually driving to Marsabit when I was listening to the President's speech. And when I arrived in Marsabit, my constituents were asking me, when are you going to go back? And how will Parliament discharge its function? I think, like many of us have said before, I think the Solomonic wisdom that this government have in you will help this country in many ways. And this is one of the ways that you have caused this debate this afternoon, that by end of it, I think we will pass a motion that all of us will be settled that this is very important for our country. Honorable Speaker, I'll just talk on about 3 issues. The first is about the health of this country, where I have had the vaccination, and a few of my colleagues have. I think going forward, what the WHO is saying, and those advanced countries, that we can only achieve the herd immunity when 60% of the population is vaccinated. And yet we are just talking about less than even 1%. We are not doing well, and that is why the idea that this House must go on recess, and the House will not only go on recess, but the committees must begin to work to make sure that we are addressing the situation this country is in. Honorable Speaker, if only this country is healthy, then it can be wealthy. we cannot sacrifice health for trying to achieve wealth. The second issue is about the economy. I think if you watched the news over the last 2-3 days and you read the papers, it is coming clear to home that many of our people are going to lose their jobs. Many will be out there on the street. Many will suffer in their homes. This is because if the economy suddenly shuts down, then we can begin to feel that we as legislators, like Honorable Kiaria said, we will begin to feel that pressure, that from every side, the person who used to afford medicine, the person who used to afford food, the person who used to afford transport, and the person who was able to buy for themselves sustenance drugs will begin to revert back to their members of parliament. I think that is a serious concern that during these committee sittings, we must ask ourselves and we must ask the departments that we oversight, what is it that they are doing to help this country to face this pandemic. Finally, Honorable Speaker, my third point is about the committees. I think we agree as a House that we don't have to sit in the plenary, but the committee sittings must begin to be useful. We must address the issues of concern to our people. There are major departments like the Treasury, Agriculture, Devolution, that must begin to answer the hard questions on how Kenya can pull through this. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank and remind honorable members that, Honorable Speaker, you are a wise man. And no wonder you are given the opportunity to lead the Mount Kenya. And I want to thank you for the very wise issues that you're bringing. And Kenyans will see. And more so, Honorable Speaker, you know, sometimes people think Parliament is just a place that takes instructions. But you have always reminded us that we follow procedures and we must follow the rule of law. And I think that is what you have exhibited today. And I want to thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, is the decision that the President took. It is not that easy for any president to be able to take that kind of a decision. Honorable Speaker, we are fond of taking populist decisions as Kenyans. And sometimes it hurts the very same people that you are supposed to be leading. So I want to thank the President also for taking such a brave decision. And more so, Honorable Speaker, is that to consider the life of people. And as Otiende had said under the article, what the President is supposed to do, one of it is to protect its citizenry. And I want to thank him for that. But at the same time, to take issue with the very small issues that he has. In the past, he has given directives, but at the same time, after a week and seeing what is happening in the sufferings of Kenyans, they have been able to adjust. So we are also asking the President to consider reopening the hotels, particularly, not even the bars, particularly the hotels, because again, we are losing so much. But Honorable Speaker, after the directive that was given by the President on Friday, Honorable Speaker, policemen in this country have started taking advantage of the innocent Kenyans and harassing Kenyans. Sometimes, Honorable Speaker, you fail to understand why an OCS of a station should accept more than a cell that can accommodate only 15, and with the protocol it should be even, say, 5. But the OCS is accommodating up to 300. Then what is the purpose? You get an innocent person who is not infected, now you bring him into a crowd in a cell, and there is no judgment that is being done on that particular day. So it ends up, putting these people into very risky areas. So we are asking the Inspector General of Police to start giving instructions on how police. Yes, it is good to enforce, but at the same time, this enforcement must have a positive effect instead of doing what they are doing. Honorable Speaker, I think much has been said, but more importantly is the issues that have been raised by the majority leader when he was moving, particularly on matters to do with committees. And I think we have quite a number of issues raised. Last week, I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker, I was not here, when Duale rose on the floor of the House asking a very pertinent question that, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we have tried to engage, and sometimes, Honorable Speaker, it is not only answering of questions by the Cabinet Secretary. Sometimes we need an inquiry where you can be able to interrogate an issue that has been brought before a committee seriously and engaging Kenyans so that they can be able to bring in their views. Sometimes we ask a question, the Cabinet Secretary just answers, and it is left at that. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important what the Majority Leader has said, that we need the committees should proceed on with their work, and that is what they sense of more so about what the committee is supposed to do. Most importantly, Honorable Speaker, is item number 3 of the PBI. It has given us a direction. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been invested in the BBI. And again, when you leave it again in the abeyance, and I want to thank you again for your wise decision when the chairman of the JLAC had rose last week seeking for, I don't know how many days, but you gave a direction. And I think that directive should be followed. Again, we cannot invest so much in the BBI and then just leave it like that to die because of some of these issues. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your wise decisions in this House, and we will pray for you that God continue giving you good health and more so giving you better decisions. Asante sana, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to weigh in on the debate before the House, first by saying I want to thank you for the wise counsel and direction that you provided to this August House this afternoon, just to ensure that we are able to see things the best way and that we do what is actually in the best interest of both this House and the nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate that surely we are going through the worst pandemic in the history of this nation and the world at large, Mr. Speaker, and therefore there's need for us to take extraordinary measures in order to be able to deal with this extraordinary challenge that we face. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to put my energies more in the impact that this particular pandemic has had on the economy and the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that when I've had many members speak, a lot of them have weighed in on the issues I may raise, but I want to just add my voice to it because I think it's the most important conversation this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have lost real jobs by real Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even if we shut down this House and say that they will not even have any committee meetings, we are lucky in one aspect. We'll still get a salary at the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. Even if there was total lockdown like we had last year in March. But, Mr. Speaker, there are people who the word lockdown means the end of their livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. The people in the service industry, transport industry, taxi drivers, matatu drivers, conductors, waiters and waitresses of restaurants and small kiosks that feed many Kenyans in the slum areas, in the villages, Mr. Speaker, who depend on a day-to-day earning, Mr. Speaker, today they are in tears because they have nothing to turn back to. And so the challenge for us that sit in this House today is to ask ourselves, surely what is our responsibility as the August House that is tasked with the responsibility in the budget-making process? Mr. Speaker, if our coming back in May, and I pray that we are able to come back and transact business in May, and before us we are placed with a budget that is telling us past 14 billion for the BBI, and there's We know there are people who have lost their jobs, who we need to cushion. How many of us will put those people first before BBI, Mr. Speaker? And I know we want to be politically correct by supporting what is fashionable right now, BBI. But how does that help the common mwananchi who has lost his job today? So I want to challenge us that even if we were to pass BBI money, 14 billion, we must also put the interests of those Kenyans that have lost their jobs before the interests of BBI, Mr. Speaker. That, for me, is more important than anything else, Mr. Speaker. I'll be ready to come back for a special sitting that is sitting us down to pass a budget to cushion the jobless Kenyans, to cushion the small business people who've lost their jobs and their businesses because of COVID. I'll be willing to come and pass a budget that is telling us that we'll be able to procure 10 million vaccines. That, for me, is more important than BBI right now. So I hope that we seated here can begin to ask hard questions. You've gotten a vaccine. Your wife has gotten a vaccine. Your children have gotten a vaccine. But many Kenyans, millions of Kenyans, cannot access free vaccine. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I will revisit the issue raised by the member for Mwea now, after the Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me, Honorable Speaker, join my colleagues also in supporting this motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the motion has a lot of provisions. And for me, the provision to have committee sitting is of much interest to me, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during this time when we are going to be away from the plenary, there is the issue of the budget also. The annual estimate is being submitted to this House. And Honorable Speaker, with the provision of committee sitting, what that means, Honorable Speaker, is that when the budget is submitted to this House, then the estimates will be forwarded to the committee, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Speaker, to start discussing the issue of budgets. And I hear honorable members talk about making provisions to caution Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I think while I agree with my colleagues, also the issue of BBI is important. And it's important for members to note that actually through BBI, if you pass BBI, you'll have more resources going to the counties. So more resources will be shared at the grassroots. So you need to do a thorough financial analysis of the BBI. You know,
Member for Dagoretti, please.
You know,
you are not in a public rally.
You know, Honorable Speaker, at times people just want to talk politics. And I think it's important to take your time and analyze the financial implications of passing BBI before you start just shouting. And I think some of us are experts in that area. We can give you a tutorial on that matter, if you so wish. So, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say this, Honorable Speaker. I think the problem we have as Kenyans, and that's why you always talk about lockdowns. Honorable Speaker, about 2 weeks ago, you permitted us to go to Dubai. And I want honorable members to listen carefully. In that country, because they rely on tourism, they don't lock down their country. What are they doing? They are ensuring that everybody who is in that country is tested, number one. Number two, everybody is masked. And actually, if you don't have your mask, the fine for that is equivalent to 100 Kenya shillings, 100,000 Kenya shillings. So when you go around that country, everybody has a mask. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the problem why we are getting this 26% in terms of positivity rate is because Kenyans, we have already dropped the ball. The protocols are very clear. We don't adhere to them. And when things get bad, we start complaining. I think it's time Kenyans, being led by the leaders who are in this House, we adhered strictly to the health protocols. And if we do that, Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to come to this other debate. Honorable Speaker, I don't know that honorable members are exceptional. But what I've realized, Honorable Speaker, I lost a colleague actually I buried him last weekend because of COVID-19. And what I've discovered, Honorable Speaker, is so many Kenyans who are positive will never declare to be positive. They just keep quiet till they are out of it, is when they start saying, I've actually been positive. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, we are also spreading to other Kenyans who are not positive. So I think, Honorable Speaker, it's a matter of also, as Kenyans, we need to be honest with ourselves, so that when we say adhere to the protocols, we adhere to them. When you are sick, you declare you are sick, so that you isolate yourself, and then other members can continue. But there is a way, Honorable Speaker, where some of us are sick and they also want to come to Parliament, they want to continue spreading and they don't want to declare they are sick. So, Honorable Speaker, for me, I think it's important these 3 weeks we all disappear from this plenary, and when we come back, then, Honorable Speaker, strictly we must adhere to the protocols. And if we do that, Honorable Speaker, we'll be helping this country. But since the budgets are coming, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell Kenyans, as a member of that committee, one of my first priorities will be to make sure that Kenyans who have been affected by this deadly disease, Honorable Speaker, are actually cushioned. And I want to start with the hotels. My plea would be, if it's possible, we allow the hotels to be open and close the bars for now, so that we
Now, honourable members, let me just make this announcement, because I can see there's still a lot of interest in the debate in this motion. Yeah? Because I have a total of now 24 requests. And I know there is a motion by, I'm sure, to be fair, we need to also assist the chair of Education Committee to pass our motion. So those of you who also contribute, don't contribute and then walk away. Because when you do so now, who is going to participate in the other one? Or can we agree that we reduce the speaking time? I put the question for mover to reply. Honourable members, let me hear two more. Then I will test. Member for North Hall. Your card is not working. Or you don't have a card there. Or you're not ready for this.
I am, Speaker. Just my card is not working. Mr. Speaker, I really want to join my colleagues in appreciating, no, I was on this side, in appreciating the motion. Mr. Speaker, we are undergoing very challenging times. And as leaders of this nation, we have a duty to ensure that we assist in all ways we can for our nation to overcome this serious pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in both appreciating you and the leader of the majority in the guidance you provided to this House today. As an acting member of this House, I do know the powers and the role of this House in this nation. And most of us felt that we are being dictated to by the executive, even in terms of how we conduct our business. But under your leadership and the leadership majority, we have made it very, very clear that we do work and complement other arms of the government, but just like judiciary, we are independent. And in particular, we are, under this constitution, our calendar is determined by this House. Mr. Speaker, we also have duty to ensure that we transact our business, because we have a role to play as Parliament of this nation. Mr. Speaker, it's critical that our committee do continue to transact their business in a way that's very responsible, to ensure that we don't spread the
the disease. I think virtual meeting as done in Europe, in the UK, in some countries even they have virtual chamber sessions where they only, like in the UK, where the Prime Minister or the few ministers are in the chamber, and members conduct their business from wherever they are in the country. Mr. Speaker, while we may not be able to do so for many reasons, particularly in terms of technology, but I think for committees, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we continue to transact our business virtually. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with most of my colleagues that in terms of cushioning Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are suffering. Even in advanced democracies like United States, like UK and Germany, their governments do come in to cushion their citizens. Like in the US, whereby every citizen actually, Mr. Speaker, actually gets paychecks. And they even consider the number of children you have because they know there are challenges that they are facing. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know we don't have such a luxury in terms of our economy, but Mr. Speaker, sir, we also do have a role to ensure that the most vulnerable members of our nation are assisted by the state. Because for some of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's about life and death because they have lost their livelihood and they have lost their jobs. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's as a nation also. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's critical that we ensure our nations, our citizens are healthy and are able to get through this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, vaccination for every Kenyan is an imperative. We have to do whatever it takes, Mr. Speaker, sir, even if we have to stop these big projects, these big infrastructure projects that are going all over the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should stop these projects, raise enough funds, resources, and ensure each and every Kenyan who is willing to be vaccinated is given an opportunity to be vaccinated. We can come back to those projects when we are healthy and when we are at peace. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, as I conclude, I really do appreciate your guidance this House, not just this House, but the nation, in terms of the role of Parliament and the constitutional mandate of Parliament of Kenya in this country, as per our current constitution. I thank you.
Member for Soy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Indeed, it is a very weighty matter, and you can see the interest that members have developed over this. Mr. Speaker, I am also one of the members who was very concerned when I heard the President give directives to suspend Parliament. And I'm happy that you have given direction on that. But what has shocked me, Mr. Speaker, is that you gave advice, and it seems that your advice was ignored. But what I pray, Mr. Speaker, is that those who ignored your advice now know that this Parliament cannot be directed by anybody, and it can only direct itself on how it does its business. Mr. Speaker, when we have these lockdowns, I think it is now a time when we as Kenyans need to start thinking, and maybe we need to legislate and have a lockdown law so that we have clear procedures on what actually entails a lockdown, what is a period, because right now we have an indefinite. It was said until further notice. What does further notice mean? Because we really need to have a law that regulates lockdowns so that we also don't have lockdowns that are given and Kenyans are given 3 hours to leave Mombasa, to go back to Busia, to leave Malindi, to go back to Eldoret or other places where they would feel comfortable during the lockdown. I also pray, Mr. Speaker, that as we have suspended business in Parliament, then also there should be no demolitions like we saw during the last lockdown, that Kenyans, some demolitions continued and Kenyans were left homeless. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, part of the lockdown regulation was that we stop all sporting activities. We have been told that a healthier person, a person who exercises, is more likely to build better immunity to fight COVID. We would like that the ministry reopens those sports that there's not much physical contact, like athletes, our athletes who train, golfers who play golf.
Even footballers, Mr. Speaker, football is going on in the UK, even though they have a massive lockdown and a serious COVID-19. So we really need to have regulations so that those sporting activities can open and let Kenyans enjoy their way of life, of course, as they observe the COVID regulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Member for Masinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
You know, honourable members, I'm sure I can tell, I know those of us who have been here for the last 5 hours, 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to hear my views. I would like to support the motion, and would like to join my colleagues in saying that this is the right time for us to be able to go for recess and be able to work on what has been given to us, especially the CDF has been able to give some funds, because I'm a member of that committee. The CS has been able to give us a few coins, and we are able to do a few projects while we are in recess. And also we would like to ask the CS to continue in the same trade of giving what he promised, the 2 billion in a week, so that while we are in the recess, we are receiving the funds so that our projects can still continue. Number two, I would like to really ask the Inspector of Police, because the police have taken this as a very serious job. They are arresting people, even the young people in the rural areas are being arrested even while going to buy a cup of tea for takeaway. And there are young people who cannot be able even to pay a fine. So I pray that they be able to be conscious and be able to help even them that are helpless. The other thing I would like to say is that the wealth people should emulate the way the steel manufacturer in the river promised to help all the hospitals yesterday with the oxygen cylinders. So the healthy people who have wealth and have made money in this country, especially in the business, they should also take the same route of helping the poor and them that are unable to help themselves. And even we ourselves, if a neighbor has got nothing and you have something, then I think it's good that we share, especially this time that people have lost their jobs. Last but not the least, because the funerals have been allowed 50 people, and also weddings have been allowed 50 people, the churches should also be allowed to assemble 50 people, so that the pastors can be able to pray for the country, be able to encourage their members wherever they are, especially them that are depressed in the families. So I pray that the president can also consider calling the religious leaders to assemble together and come up with a formula to be able to help the church in those five counties. With those few remarks, I support.
Just to inform the House that every arm and some requests extended to them, including the religious community. And therefore, since they were represented, they all agreed on what they are going to do, and they will give their feedback, which will be incorporated. The judiciary, of course, there was a savant, the Honorable Gekari alluded to earlier on, consider even if people are arrested and found to have flouted the regulations, it was encouraged, not directed, encouraged that you consider something called extramural penal employment, whereby even if it is you, either of you, even if it's Honorable Sankok and is arrested, is taken, found guilty, you will be sentenced to go and sweep around the streets, so that people will find him sweeping around there. And member for Emuro Dikir. Wow. Honorable Senator Maga, I think you must also learn to do one thing. The only reason why he is he is called before you. It's because his candidate is before yours. Yes, so don't, I want you yawning. Don't yawn. Don't yawn. You are not too far away.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much for also giving me this opportunity to actually air my views on this particular issue. This matter which is actually hacking the nation, the matter which is threatening the life and possibilities of opportunities in our country. Speaker, today we have agreed that we are leaving for 1 month, Mr. Speaker, and then come back to this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against the idea, Mr. Speaker, given that we also need to be looking at the arrangements which the country has placed before us. But, Mr. Speaker, we also need to agree that most importantly of all this is actually the rearrangement of our sittings, Mr. Speaker, so that this House, like you've ruled, is also in the same position as the other two arms of government, that is the executive and the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, those are bodies which govern this country, and none of them can run this country without the other. The executive cannot run the country without parliament. Parliament cannot run the country without the judiciary. Judiciary cannot run the country just like the rest of the two. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way, formulate a way which can allow this House to be sitting so that it can oversighting on matters that are happening in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we are also going for those maybe 30 or so days, we need to ask ourselves several questions. How have we handled the pandemic as a House? Mr. Speaker, we need to have learned lessons from the previous months or almost a whole year when we had this pandemic with us. How, as this House, have we handled the pandemic? Or we are just leaving it to the executive? Or we are just leaving it to the Ministry of Health? Mr. Speaker, we also need to ask ourselves, how have we committed funds towards fighting the pandemic? Mr. Speaker, the question of committing funds is not only left to this House, we are also left with the responsibility of oversighting those funds. Mr. Speaker, we have heard of so many scandals in this country since the pandemic came. How, as this House, have we handled those particular scandals? Mr. Speaker, we also need to ask another question, which, how have we oversighted the funds allocated, or have we become party to the scandals that we normally hear about? Mr. Speaker, we heard about the COVID billionaires. As members of this House, especially the members of the Committee on Health, how have we handled that matter? Or we also became part and parcel of the scandals that we witnessed? Mr. Speaker, how have we also assisted the citizens of this country, especially those who are affected by the COVID, those people who have lost their jobs? How has this House sat and looked into those issues? How has the House also sat to look into the people who have lost their businesses? Mr. Speaker, these are the questions which we must ask ourselves as members of Parliament, even as we are living. Mr. Speaker, we must also ask ourselves, what measures have we put in place to protect our citizens from harassments by the police? Mr. Speaker, remember, the police officers also have taken advantage of this, so that in every hour from 8, or even before 8, they are roaming everywhere in the country, arresting young people, arresting business people who are trying to rush to their homes. Mr. Speaker, there are so many security officers who are taking advantage of this particular pandemic to harass our citizens. Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility as members of this House to ensure that our citizens are protected. Mr. Speaker, we also need to ask ourselves, what measures have we put in place to ensure there is order, especially on this issue of vaccination? Mr. Speaker, we are only talking about the vaccines. It is the members of this certain class who are being vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. We are not seeing serious vaccination in the villages. We are not seeing serious sensitization on matters of vaccination in the village. Mr. Speaker, like somebody have said, we have to have priorities, Mr. Speaker. We don't need big roads as we speak. We don't need big projects right now, Mr. Speaker. We need to divert all these monies, Mr. Speaker, to purchase of vaccination so that our people can also be protected. So that when we come back, Mr. Speaker, we will be assured that almost 3/4 of the Kenyan population has been vaccinated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you.
Member for Buri.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the motion. But before I do that, I want to congratulate you for the wise decision, the judgment that you have given us, and I declare that all wise men come from the east, including myself. Mr. Speaker, when things become difficult, the most wise people make the decision, even if it hurts so many people. Mr. Speaker, in as much as I support this motion of adjournment, I have a problem of the presidential directive because it is indefinite. It doesn't give Kenyan any hope. It was left open-ended. We don't know how long it is going to take. We don't know where else it is going to affect. Many Kenyans, right now, as we speak, are suffering, and more so within these 5 counties. But, Mr. Speaker, also, it is not only affecting these 5 counties, it is also affecting the other counties that trade with these counties. So this lockdown in these 5 counties is almost affecting the entire country. So even us from the counties which are not affected, we are not happy because we are not able to trade with these other counties. Mr. Speaker, there is need for the executive to be sensitive to those small companies, to those small farmers, to those small traders who are depending on their livelihood. When you lock down everything, when you lock business from 8 p.m. to 4 in the morning, these people cannot trade outside their counties. What are you telling Kenyans? You are telling Kenyans you are insensitive to their needs. On the other side of the coin is you put the lockdown, but also give solutions to how these Kenyans are going to survive. Mr. Speaker, you know, somebody said BBI is not a priority. To me, it is never going to be a priority. It will never be a priority to us. The ones who want to support it politically, it's okay. But to us, we need money for vaccine. We need money for testing. I am of this view that majority of what we are seeing positivity rate now is because after the second wave, the government stopped testing Kenyans. Now we are caught up with the third wave. This is statistics that we are seeing now. It's a cumulative effect of the failure of the ministry to test vaccines. I mean, to test the Kenyans. The other issue that I have a concern, Mr. Speaker, it is the high time the government now, because it's like the vaccine that is there is being controlled from certain quarters. Let it be open and distributed to all corners. Kenyans are willing because, you know, the government cannot earn trust from its people. I will always have a problem. I hope our deputy president who has tested today, I am sure many people will go and test because at least they have faith in him. So, Mr. Speaker, who has been tested and vaccinated. So I hope majority of the Kenyans are going to follow the example of His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I support.
Member for Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, also for giving me that chance to contribute to this motion. Just to start off, I first want to congratulate you for the good intervention that you have brought. No wonder the people of the East, the Njurinjeke, appointed you as their kingpin. And I think even us from the Kiama, from the Mount Kenya West, we are still in the process. And I think sooner or later, with those Solomonic aspects, we'll appoint you also to continue standing for us and making sure that our star is shining in Mount Kenya, having a leader like you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also thanking the leader of majority. Today, he has found some harmonic blood in the House, and I've heard him being congratulated by many people, the leader of majority, and I also ask him to continue taking that path of finding harmony and making sure that everybody in the House is satisfied with his sentiments and is satisfied with the contribution that he gives to the House. I come to the issue now of COVID. I start with the issue of the vaccine. I'm thinking that this government, as much as we have now 1 million doses of the vaccine, if India could donate for us 100,000, the Ministry of Health should mobilize their fundraising team so that they can go to the richer countries like Germany. I can even offer myself to go to Germany and fundraise for them. And I'm sure I'll come back with another 200,000 doses of vaccine to Kenya for free. So the Ministry of Health should try and work harder. I saw the ministry lining up USAID, talking about tuberculosis, while we are in COVID time, how USAID is donating a lot of money for tuberculosis and all that. So I am still thinking, like our more priority today is COVID, and the ministry should mobilize their team so that we have a team going to Dubai to those private institutions, another team going to Germany, another team going to Russia, trying to look for funds. I am thinking that us being a third world country, it will take a very short time, and we'll see that we'll have more than 50 million doses of vaccine here in Kenya for free. And we'll be able to vaccinate almost the whole population by having vaccine donated by the richer world and the richer private institutions in the world. And I am sure that one can happen in the next 3 or 4 months. On the other issue about the president's directive, I'm happy for our president, the way he reacted, because we don't want to be quoted like one of the countries that ignored science, and we suffered because we ignored science. But I'm also happy that he didn't put a timeline so that he can change some few things here and there. I'm asking the Ministry of Interior, if they are able to push the population to adhere to the MOH restrictions or MOH guidelines, we need to see everybody in a mask. We need to see burials. Like now, I'm so happy because my chiefs are making sure that burials in Larry constituency are not beyond 50. And we need to see this continuity, where we don't see burials having 200 people, burials having a preacher going there for 3 hours, burials having politicians going there to speak for 4 hours. So I'm so happy if the chiefs and the administration can be able to maintain that guideline that we have to maintain 50 people in a burial, because those gatherings are the ones that are causing Kenya suffer so much in terms of getting COVID-19. As I wish, because the president did put a timeline for lockdown, we are affected counties, like I'm from Kiambu. I hope those roadblocks, sooner or later, will ease passage of people who are following the guidelines, people who have their masks, people who, the vehicles, I wish the matatus that are going and they are not loaded to capacity, they are following the guidelines. I hope sooner or later, so that we don't suffer so much economically, we open the lockdown, but systematically, the government makes sure the interior, the police are following the guidelines and are making sure people are following the guidelines. I also wish the police to act like a CCTV camera. You deter people from committing the crimes. As I finish, the police should come out. If it is 8 o'clock curfew, they come out a bit early so that people can start seeing there is police around and they start going home. So that they act like deterrent measures. Rather than going around arresting people, then they go and capture COVID in the cells of Kamkunji and all the other places. With those few remarks, I again support the motion and thank you.
Member for Samburu North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, also I want to congratulate you for the advice and also the direction you gave us during the debate, the beginning of this debate. I also want to congratulate the President for being firm, very firm indeed, because he has been always firm during this kind of pandemic. Mr. Speaker, so that I don't take so much time, this vaccine needs to be rolled out throughout the country. And I think if there is, because you had said that they can only vaccinate maybe 500,000 people, I think the Kenya government needs to avail funds so that they can be able to get vaccine for everybody. I got vaccinated myself, and there's still a lot of fear among Kenyans. They are very wary about the effect of this vaccine. But some of us decided to do it because we know we are protecting ourselves. At the moment, they are saying frontline workers and also 58 and above, which I fall in that category. But what about the rest of Kenyans? I think some special money needs to be availed so that you can be able to afford to vaccinate all Kenyans. On the issue of restaurants and hospitality, Mr. Speaker, just as my colleagues have said, these people are really suffering. And I think, again, the recommendation is that stimulus funds should be availed so that we can meet the livelihoods of those who have lost their jobs because of closure of restaurants and eatery places. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a God-fearing country, and Kenya is a religious country. This is the second time in 2 years we have lost to pray during a very critical time in the history of religion in Kenya, the Lent period. Last year, we just went to lockdown at the eve of Easter. This time again, we have gone to lockdown at the eve of Easter again. Yesterday was the day before yesterday was a Palm Sunday. We could not attend churches. We could not worship. And I think we all depend on God. Even if we want to do anything in this country, we need to worship. We need to be counseled by our religious leaders. Something needs to be done about worshiping. Just the way you had said that they are consulting, but they are really facing a problem. In the churches also, the clergy are suffering because of shortage of money. They normally depend on, during worship, they depend on getting some stimulus or some money from the worshippers. Now there is nothing. Even the catechists, the priests, they are not getting, they can't get food even, leave alone fuel for their cars. So some stimulus also needs to be extended to religious leaders, and also to ensure that we also restore the 100 people per worship session, so that we continue to become a religious and a God-fearing country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Professor Oduor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, in view of time, I would like to really just emphasize on two issues. One which, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you because you already referred to it. It is, Mr. Speaker, a challenge that as those who are representatives of the people and who also would be the ones performing oversight on government, we are, in a way, Mr. Speaker, indicating that we have already been vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, I was vaccinated today. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that part of the reason why it took me that long is that I had a lot of difficulty understanding how I could, as a representative, be talking about vaccination as the way that we would want to work, and yet I do not see how we are keeping government or planning to come up with a framework that would ensure that not only do we, if we don't have the vaccination here, we know a timeline. So, Mr. Speaker, I truly want to thank you for your guidance. I also want to thank the majority leader. Honorable Speaker, my concern, though, is that as the committees go to work, I am a bit challenged because I know, Honorable Speaker, that all the issues that the members are raising, it would have been a lot more reassuring if we knew that the Committee on Health would address the issue of the vaccination. Mr. Speaker, on the same vein, we know that Sputnik, which is really one that at the moment a number of people in their desperation, Honorable Speaker, are resorting to get commercially, has from the Ministry of Health been indicated not to have received authorization because, Honorable Speaker, it is indicated that their request for emergency market operation was not approved. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I support this motion, I do so with a very heavy heart, Honorable Speaker, because my understanding is that the first concern that we need to have as representatives of the people would have been, as we take the break, to have a clear idea that at the moment, this is the kind of vaccine that we have. Mr. Speaker, we needed to help Kenyans develop confidence by also reassuring them that whatever issues could have led to loss of trust between the people and those who are charged with ensuring that they operate issues based on what happened with Kemsha was addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this, I want to conclude by saying that Kenyans do indeed have a lot of capacity. Mr. Speaker, in my county, Siaya, we already have, as a result of the public-private partnership, the plant that is producing oxygen, Honorable Speaker, oxygen which is a critical drug, not just with regards to how we deal with COVID-19, but also with pneumonia, dealing with children. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I feel that as members of parliament, we need to ensure that we can push government, that we can ensure that our scientists come to engage, and Honorable Speaker, that we would spend the time in committees ensuring that we are getting reports and that we are communicating effectively with the people. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to also say that domestic violence, teenage pregnancy, youth who are going to be intoxicated is also facing us, and I really would like to see that we have solutions, and we will not only, Honorable Speaker, be based on lamentations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Gatanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for also giving me a chance to make my contribution. And Honorable Speaker, before I make my comments, I really want to thank you for the leadership which you have been giving this House. I've been here for quite long, and I've seen you truly deserve that post. Honorable Speaker, I also want to really thank the President for the measures which he has taken to protect this country. Although some of us are complaining, if you look at what is happening in this country and you compare it with Europe, you can see we are performing much better than them, even than the Americans. We have not reached the numbers which we had worried about. And if Kenyans had really followed the directives of the President, the rate of 26% we would not have gotten there. And I really want to urge Kenyans to put on masks. And Honorable Speaker, it is good you are with the religious leaders during your meeting. And Christians really need to be advised, Honorable Speaker. I was in church last Sunday, and churches are still full. Social distance is not there. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter which we need to consider. And as Parliament, when we come back, we need to come up with clear plans. Because even the 1/3 we are talking about, the space, it has never been defined. What is when you talk about 1/3, what is that 1/3? We need to put it clearly. If the space is 50 square meters, we provide the accurate number. If it's 100 square meters, we need to be exact so that if a church leader floats whatever regulations we are going to put into place, he can be held to account. Honorable Speaker, it is good you have also said that the committees will continue meeting. But Honorable Speaker, there is a challenge which I'm seeing. We have never even as Parliament been able to define the number of people who can come to those committees. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee, Honorable Speaker. But we have seen very many guests. Maybe, Honorable Speaker, you need to provide clear guidelines for any committee. If we are 10, how many visitors plus our clerks we should allow? Honorable Speaker, again, although I support lockdown, it has really affected our people in Gatanga. The decisions are Kiambu, as mentioned by the President, and Nairobi, which are close to Moranga. But, Honorable Speaker, the barriers have been put in Moranga. People, the barriers, the lockdown is at Moranga. People from Gatanga who own Thika Town, they cannot go to Thika Town to trade. Gatanga is also on the other side of the road, next to Blue Post. There is Kakuzi and Indanga, where some of our people farm. Honorable Speaker, our farmers cannot get to Idanga, they cannot get to Nanga. It has not been clearly defined. And Honorable Speaker, as we do lockdown, it is good to plan it in a systematic way. because most of these towns are interrelated. Kiambu is related with Moranga, it's related with Nairobi, it's related with Naivasha. We need to do it in a way that we are not going to affect our businessmen. Honorable Speaker, Gatanga is known. Our cash from #1 is music. You know the greatest musicians from Central Province. I know Honorable Speaker, you enjoy music from our county. And one of these days we are going to make you an elder. As in Njeke, make you an elder. We are also going to participate in that, Honorable Speaker. And we're also going to sing for you a song, which you can use to market yourself. Honorable Speaker, our great musicians, Peter Kegia, DK, they have no way they can showcase their talent. They are continuing to suffer because they cannot perform. We have closed all bars. Honorable Speaker, as we come back, we need also to think about the entertainment industry. It's a very big industry in this country. The Hangalas, the DKs, the Frelinda, and I'm going to invite Honorable Sankok for Munyonyo one of these days. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say I support the motion for adjournment. Thank you very much.
Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this chance. Mr. Speaker, I just want to talk about the vaccine. I think, Mr. Speaker, what we need is a widened program for the vaccine. As of now, it is restricted, and although we have the criteria, people actually do not know exactly where they can go and get it. Two, Mr. Speaker, we need a single policy and a single program for the vaccine. I think it will be confusing if we have more than one vaccine, particularly if one we are paying for and is being run through the public sector. It will bring serious confusion. So at this pandemic, I think we must be ready as a parliament to actually just give more money so that we have more vaccine, so that the vaccine is spread out. We managed to do this with HIV when people thought HIV could not. So, Mr. Speaker, it's the value of vaccine that I wanted to impress upon ourselves again, and know that if we get that right, all the other problems, the lockdowns, will actually be solved. Mr. Speaker, that's all I wanted to say. The proper policy, single, well-directed, and spread out for the whole country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majibo Kalasinga, member of Kabuchai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this time also to take part in this very important motion. First, I also want to thank you, join my friends, to thank you in making very wise decisions today. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I got it in the first place, I thought that we as Parliament were just a rubber stamp. But from the way you've taken the direction, we respect you. As they want to make you leaders in different communities also, I believe that we can make you a loyal elder. Having taken that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to make these few comments. That one, the police should not take this situation as a rip-off for all that they do there. It's painful, Mr. Speaker, to find that the poverty index down there so high that you can for real find a citizen down there, particularly our old women, they don't have masks. Not because they want, Mr. Speaker, but because of the poverty index that we are having there. It's very bad when a policeman capitalizes on that to arrest such people and demand 3,000, Mr. Speaker. That is painful to us. We must make stringent rules that the police should know that this is an extraordinary situation which we must not use it as an advantage to part of them. To Mr. Speaker, I want to say that maybe my simple observation on how this vaccine is being administered down there is that because some people have feared to go through that vaccination, be vaccinated, because the mode of vaccination, Mr. Speaker, it is injectable, Mr. Speaker. And some fear injections. I only see if it were having some other ingestible, Mr. Speaker. If it was ingestible, we can give some old women. Some women have stayed for all their ages without going for injections. So when we talk of injections, Mr. Speaker, we are getting them off. Some of them ran. And some members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say that some have not gone. Me, I've gone, I've taken it. And okay, with those, whatever. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it pains me. It pains me as a member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, to see how people are suffering down there without support during these hard times, when one can just pass by the doorway of KEMSA and carry billions, Mr. Speaker. It pains me when we are dealing with these Kenyans who are responsible for some institutions, Mr. Speaker, must stand responsible and share this as a problem together, not to use it as a rip-off to gain money, Mr. Speaker. If we have powers, we would have had a corridor where one of them is slaughtered, Mr. Speaker, and his head hung there. So that when you want to interview those people from KEMSA, they pass through that corridor, see that hanged head, then they come here to answer questions properly. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm a casualty. I stand before you as a casualty, Mr. Speaker, now that we have adjourned, and I'm not on any committee, Mr. Speaker. What will I tell the people of Kabuchai? Will I go and sit with them, Mr. Speaker, or I will have time to sit on any of the committees, Mr. Speaker? I take this, I'm in your feet, Mr. Speaker. Protect the people of Kabuchai, Mr. Speaker. They will not be happy to see me home. They will think you have chased me from this house, Mr. Speaker, when my friends are suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll proceed to learn. I'm on the course to learn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time.
But I think, Honorable Majibo Kalasing, I think, in fairness, because you have spoken out for yourself, I would direct, without even having to wait, that for the period of the recess, you'll be put in the committee where the late Honorable Lusweti Mkwe was sitting, and that your membership there to be approved post facto when the House resumes. I think it's only fair. You know, there's some other arrangements that needs to be addressed. Honourable members, I've tried as much as possible to make sure that everybody has under say. Honourable members, I think now I should put the question as to whether the mover should be called upon to reply. Honourable members, I put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many as are not opinion say aye. As many as are contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to reply. And I want to thank members for not just their contributions. Indeed, when we are in most of these procedural motions, you don't expect the detail and the depth of discussion that we've had this afternoon. And I wish we could, when we come back, we'll be able to really get to engage deeper on this matter of COVID. Several suggestions have come, and hence they can then be put within a framework of a structured motion that then gets actioned on. But nevertheless, matters unanswered, and those who need to hear will also have a source who will also be communicating some of those suggestions that have come on matters to do with the treatment of COVID, the post-COVID recoveries, what happens to the vaccines, and the issues that are being raised in terms of easing the restrictions on movement. I had Honorable Jonah, especially between that small section within Kimende, just because Nyandarua is outside the red zone. But there's a 4-kilometer, if you're traveling to Naivasha from Nairobi, which the two are contiguous, but the road passes through a 4-kilometer in Nyandarua from Sokomjinga onwards. But there's a block. So you're then forced to then have to use the Mamahi Road, which is all congested. So those are some of the things I'm glad members have brought out some of those things so that they can then, and the Gatanga issue, that Thika, so that those administrative hitches can then be addressed. So with those, I want to thank members for that and for staying on, and I want to ask that we just stay put for another 5 minutes or so that we can also dispose of the motion that we started halfway and then kind of left out because we needed to pass this one before we could then have a date to tag on to the next one. And then we can generally be able to get home in peace and enjoy our break. With those, I beg to reply.
Honour members, I now put the question, which is that the motion, as appears on the order paper, be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 15, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of nominee for appointment as principal secretary.
Honorable Florence Mutua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion.
No. Notice?
I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments, Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, relating to extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office, I beg this House to extend the period for consideration of the nominees submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as Principal Secretary for the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms by a period of 14 days from 21st April 2021. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take the House through the reason why we need this extension.
No.
And Mr. Speaker, also allow me to stand here to also congratulate you as a proud second member of Parliament. Under your leadership, Mr. Speaker, you have today yourself and Honorable the Leader of Majority upheld the honor of this House. Mr. Speaker, you have today indeed demonstrated that indeed, not only do you read our minds, not only are you patient, but you are very wise, Mr. Speaker. You have really done as well with Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for guiding the House to ensure that this motion did not drop, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, the extension is making more sense now when the House has resolved that we are going on extension, Mr. Speaker. The motion is more appreciated now that the House has already taken that vote, Mr. Speaker, because when it came before this motion, it actually put me in a very awkward position. So I appreciate that for for guiding that. Mr. Speaker, the Education Committee, based on the communication received, is to undertake vetting of the nominee of a new state department, Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Education, to be called the State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. Mr. Speaker, this department is very key because it's the one that is going to ensure that the CBC is well rolled out. So it is very key, Mr. Speaker. The committee is to hold the pre-vetting briefing tomorrow. It is going to do the actual vetting on Thursday. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, by 21st of April, that is the last day, as per the Public Appointment Act for the committee, when we should submit the report and table it, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are, as the Education Committee, is requesting for the extension of the 14 days, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, and I was to request, I think Honorable Wanga is still around. Honorable Wanga is around, Mr. Speaker, to support.
Second you.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, relating to the extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as Principal Secretary for the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms by a period of 14 days from 21st of April 2021. The mood of the House, I put the question. I therefore put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Section 13 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 relating to the extension of period for consideration of nominees for appointment to a public office, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as Principal Secretary for the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms by a period of 14 days from 21st April 2021. Will as many as for that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, as you recall, you had passed a motion earlier on that you proceed until you conclude all the business appearing on the other paper. That has been done. Time being 8:36 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 4th of May, 2021 at 2:30 p.m.